If you've just finished the beginner donut course, then this is the course I'd recommend next, creating an anvil. We'll go through the same modeling and texturing workflow, but learning slightly more advanced skills. In modeling, you'll learn all about loop cuts, Boolean operations, proportional editing, and even sculpting. Then in texturing, you'll learn about UV unwrapping, baking, and texture painting. By the end, you'll have a fully modeled, textured anvil, and more importantly, the confidence to start building your next personal project. Modeling. Some people love it, some people hate it, and some people use it to get millions of followers on Instagram. But regardless of your personal views on modeling, every single 3D artist needs to have at least a basic understanding of modeling. Why? Well, because it's the foundation for which everything else is built on. Texturing, lighting, animating, they all require you to at least have a basic mesh to start with. And if you can't model, then you're always going to be reliant on somebody else's work, which is not very good. So there's no excuse. Everybody needs to have that basic understanding of modeling. So that's what this video series is going to be about. And we are going to be modeling not a car, not a character, but an anvil. Yes, that old medieval blacksmith tool that they hit with a hammer. That's what we're going to be modeling. Now you might be thinking, come on, why can't we do something more fun, like a car or a character? And a lot of people, they jump to that stuff first. I see a lot of beginners, they start modeling a face as like the first thing they make. The trouble with that is that those are very complex, the pro level stuff. And if you don't understand the basics of topology, how to, get edge loops and flow and all that sort of thing, then you end up with all these problems. And these users, they get to the end of their project, it's got all sorts of problems going on, they can't fix it, and they never finish it. And then they give up, and that sucks. So that's what we're trying to avoid. So I'm giving you a basic introduction to modeling in Blender. If you haven't watched it already, please watch my donut beginner tutorial series. If you're totally new to Blender, that's where you should start. This is what you can complete after that. So without further ado, let's get into it. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to do is set up my workspace. So I'm going to collapse all the panels that I don't need. And I'll just squish that over to the right so that I can grab it again if I need to. But I am going to load in a reference image. So I'm going to split this view here and load in the UV image editor, which is normally where you would see your render when you render something. But you can also load in.
Alright, I gotta do some digging around to get this reference.
a image. Any image. So I've got a bunch of different reference photos here. One thing to note with anvil is that you can see that they come in all different shapes and sizes, little tiny stubby ones and really long ones. There's not really a standard, this is an anvil. But I certainly like the look of this one at the top, so I'll load that in. And since we have room here for another one, I'm going to split the view again, making sure my head's not in the way, and I'm going to load in another image. I like the texturing on this one. So, load that one in, and you can sort of see it. Yeah. You don't really need to see that one anyway. Yeah. Okay, we're all set up, ready to go. So I'm going to delete everything in the scene. And yeah, we can finally get started. So when you start modeling something, the first thing you want to ask yourself is, which one of my primitive shapes, and by primitive, I mean these shapes here, which one of these shapes best resembles the object which I'm modeling? And for a lot of objects, this is quite clear. If you're making a world, it's a sphere. If you're making a cup or a drink bottle, it's a cylinder. But in our case, which one of these shapes actually matches this? And there's not really a clear answer, because you've got a whole range of different things. You've got a sort of a cone shape at the front here. You've got some sort of stretched side, some curve shape up there. You've got this cylinder shape that's sort of cutting into it. So there's not really a clear shape to start with, so you could really start anywhere. But what I'm going to do is start with somewhere that I know for sure, and that is that this here, if I go from there to there, ignoring everything else, I know that that is a square. So that means I can start with a plane. Drop that in. Okay, so up from the floor, drawing up, I can see that there's a little step that it's on. So in edit mode, I'm just going to extrude that up very slightly, just like that. Okay, so that's good. So we've got the first step, baby steps. Now what we're going to do is focus on this tapered... I don't know if you could hear that. Some guy blowing their nose really hard. This tapered edge here, right? So ignoring this bit, right? That whole cylinder cut in shape. Just imagine that that wasn't there. So you would have a cube that essentially sort of, tapers into itself. So how could we do that? Well, a lot of artists would go like this. They would take this bottom bit, they would extrude it up, they would scale it in, extrude it up again, scale it in, and they would do this. And, that's fine. The problem with this, though, is, for one, it's fiddly, which we like to avoid. But two, it's not very exact, and so you've got varying distances like between this loop cut and that loop cut. Sorry about the noise. And yeah, it's not exact, and a computer is far better at doing these curved shapes. So we can actually do it in Blender. So I'll show you how we do it. All right. By the way, I like to leave this turned off, the limit selection to visible. So I turn that off, and then that way, when you select something, you know that it's selecting everything, right? Like both sides of the mesh. So I leave that turned off. Anyway, so I'll create a new face there, and let's just do this again. So what I'm going to do, instead of going up one step, scaling it in, I'm going to go all the way up to wherever I want it to end. So let's say it's about that. So it's basically the cube that we had at the start. And I'm now going to create some loop cuts, which we do by hitting Control R. And then here, using the scroll wheel on my mouse, I can choose how many cuts to give it. And if you look in the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see number of cuts. And I'm going to increase that until it says 12. Okay, which is just a nice amount. And then I clicked, and then right one step, scaling it in. I'm going to go all the way up to wherever I want it to end. So let's say it's about that. So it's basically the cube that we had at the start. And I'm now going to create some loop cuts, which we do by hitting Control R. And then here, using the scroll wheel on my mouse, I can choose how many cuts to give it. And if you look in the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see number of cuts. And I'm going to increase that until it says 12. Okay, which is just a nice amount. And then I clicked, and then right-clicked to put it right in its spot. Okay. So now, once we have this, what I can actually do is if I was to scale this one, as you would predict, it would do that. But if I turn on proportional editing, which I do by hitting O, or just turning it on down here in the base, now when I scale it in, you can see that I'm grabbing everything around it and I'm scaling it inwards. And you can see that now is, with my scroll wheel here, I have some control over how it looks. Now, as this is, you can see that it's creating a pinched effect where it's actually sort of shrinking the distance between all the lines as it pulls it inwards, which isn't actually what we want. I want to maintain it so that I get a nice looking mesh, but I still want that shape. So what we can do is we can choose to scale it on every axis except the vertical axes, and we do that whilst you're scaling like this, if you hit Shift and Z. That's telling Blender, scale it on every axis except the Z axis. And it's hard to actually see it from this angle, but if I do it here, you'll see this is how it looks normally. And then with Shift Z, that's what it's doing. So it's now only scaling on the X and the Y axes, not the Z. And that is how we're going to create our beautiful curved shape there. What's more is you can see that in this case, we're getting this, this smoothed off bit at the base there. So if you don't want that, you've actually got control over what the actual curved shape is. What's more is you can see that in this case, we're getting this, this smoothed off bit at the base there. So if you don't want that, you've actually got control over what the actual curved shape is. Like if you was to use linear, it would be a straight line. If you were to use random, it would be like a piece of weird art. And there's a whole bunch of them. Like sphere is good for some objects. That's pretty cool. The one that we're going to use is inverse square, which is really good in this particular instance. Because what I'm going to do is, not taking the top piece. I'm taking the, sort of somewhere up near the top. And I'm just going to scale it in, Shift Z, and you'll see very quickly that we can create the basic frame of our anvil. Like so. Cool. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to select the base here, and I'm going to set this proportional editing fall off to sharp,
And then what I'm going to do is hit scale and scale it again, Shift Z, and just extrude that out a little bit. And that's going to allow me to sort of exaggerate the base to be however thick I want it. Just, if that's what we want, which in my case I do. So that's looking pretty good. Okay, wonderful. So we've done this. Ignoring, the cylinder shape cutout that we've got here with all this spaghetti mess. We've now got the basics of our mesh, this whole bit up here. What I'm going to do now is, you might have noticed looking at our picture here that and actually it's probably easier to see it on this side above where my head is, but it extrudes out a little bit further like that. So what I'm going to do is take this, and first of all, let's extrude. So let's create this part, extruding that upwards. Okay, so that's basically a cube on top here. So that I know if I extrude, pull it upwards until that looks like about a cube, about a nice square on top. Right, now if I select this section here, I'm going to extrude this out, and this is just going to be the part that's overhanging this, like the part under here, right? It's hard to say. I'm talking about this part, right? So I'm just extruding that out. And now this part needs to be slightly raised, the base of this. So just like before, I'm adding in loop cuts to give us more geometry. So I'll just do one loop cut. Right click to cancel its movement. And then you don't need proportional editing for this. You can just move it up very slightly because there's only one that you're dealing with. Just like before, I'm adding in loop cuts to give us more geometry. So I'll just do one loop cut. Right click to cancel its movement. And then you don't need proportional editing for this. You can just move it up very slightly because there's only one that you're dealing with really. Like so, that's pretty good. And now I'll create this really long bit that overhangs the back here. This part. Okay, and the way I'm going to do that, just like what I did before, extruding it, but extruding it this way. I'm extruding it a lot further in this case because it's obviously a lot further out. And then, as you can probably guess, we want to create a smooth curve effect there. So first thing we do is add a loop cut. So I'm scrolling up until I get to, let's say, 5 cuts. Click, right click to cancel its movement. And now I'm going to select this part of it, making sure that you've got that turned off when you do these selections. Otherwise, you'll only be selecting half of your mesh and it'll look all weird. So turn on proportional editing. Now, if I pull this up, you can see that, well, first of all, you can see that I'm moving the top part of this that I don't want to move. So if you want part of your mesh to be unaffected by the proportional editing, easy way to change that is to hide it. So you select that part of the mesh, you just hit H. Now, when I select this, I can pull that up and it won't affect the other part that's hidden. But you can see that the fall off here is the wrong type. It's going in the wrong direction. I want it to be, I want it to sort of like taper there downwards. So easiest way to do it is by setting it to sphere. So with sphere, now when I pull this up, you can see the effect that it's having. Just pretty well perfect. Like so. So I'll just click right there. And now if I hit Alt-H, it will bring back the part of the mesh that I almost said hoed. The part that I had hidden. And yeah, that is looking pretty good. Cool, so we are going to leave part 1 here, but just before I close, I'm just going to scale this down, just squash it a little bit, because I can see in this example here, I mean, as I mentioned, every anvil is different, but in the one down here at the bottom, I sort of like this stumpy sort of base. If this middle part here is too long, like it is in our case, it could sort of look like top heavy, the anvil, like it's sort of on its tiptoes or something. So I'm just squashing it down, and if you hold down Control, might do it until it's 0.7. It's pretty good. And then I'll bring that up to there. Lovely. And then if I want to make sure I bring it back down to its origin point, I'll just drag it down. And there we go. All right. So in part 2, we're going to be doing that cutout shape, making that cylinder inbred, in shape in cut, whatever. In part 2, if you like this video, if you found it helpful, please give it a thumbs up so that other people can find it. Otherwise, please click on part 2 and I will see you there. Bye. Welcome back to the anvil modeling. Tutorial series. This is part 2. This is where we left off in part 1. We created the basic structure of our anvil. So far so good. It's most people could have really got here by themselves almost. But now we're going to do something a little bit tricky. We are going to be creating this very tricky cutout shape in our mesh. Because this is what makes the anvil so challenging. And it's actually why I chose it partly for this reason, is that it's got a lot of really challenging shapes and things. Things in it, which is going to help you later on when you do fun stuff like modeling guns and different things, right? So this cutout shape here, it's really difficult because this is a slope, right? That's a slope there, but then not only that, we have to do a slope around here, and we have to somehow fit them in together. Okay, so it creates an interesting challenge. Some people would say modeling is tedious. Other people would call it a challenge, a puzzle, really. So here's the thing about modeling, is that there's no one clear way to approach something, or approach a challenge, right? What I mean by that is you've got, let's say you had 3 modelers and you gave them the challenge of making this anvil. All 3 of them could have come up with 3 different solutions for how to handle this problem of this curve shape here. Okay, so one of them, for example, don't follow along as I do this, I'm just going to show you a couple of ways. One of them could have created, some messy cuts like this. Let's say maybe he's not too keen on like clean meshes or anything like that, and he's like, yeah, that looks sort of like an anvil. Right? There's a couple of ways you could do it. That's one of them. With enough finessing, I guess it could sort of work. Another guy could have gone, okay, top view, I'm going to perform some knife cuts along here. I might delete those faces, whatever. Okay, there's a number of ways that you could do it. The third way, the way I'm going to show you, is what I think is the correct way for something like this, which is a Boolean operation. Boolean. What does Boolean mean? Well, turns out if you Google it, it'll tell you the answer. But it doesn't just apply to 3D software. It applies, I think, just to language even. It's taking, when you have two objects and they are overlapping, what is their relationship? One is going to intersect with the other. Is it going to subtract? Is it going to add to it? Whatever, right? So as a basic example, let's just say I have a sphere. I also have a cube, and they are overlapping. So if I perform a Boolean operation, I'll show you properly in a moment, but this is a quick example. You can see that, oh, hang on, hide that. I'm now able to create some different shapes, okay? I could also invert the direction and make it so that now the sphere is subtracting. That's kind of cool. Is subtracting. Hey, that's pretty sweet actually. I like that. Yeah, it's subtracting like that. So there's a bunch of cool things that you can do with Boolean. So the point I'm getting at, and I'm sure the point that you have figured out already, is that this looks remarkably like a cylinder ate away at the anvil. And you would be correct. That is what we're going to do. So let me hide that. We're going to add in a cylinder, as you might have guessed, and we're going to move it around about where we want it to cut away. Doesn't matter where it's positioned right now because you can always move it around later. Just position it somewhere close. Then you want to select the mesh that you want to perform, that you want to keep, and you want the other one to subtract from. Yeah, make sure you're selecting that one. And I only say this because I've done this. I've practiced the anvil so many times, and like 3 times I think I selected the cylinder first without thinking. Anyway, so select the anvil, then go to the modifier stack, add modifier, and you're looking for Boolean. Okay, now it's red by default because it hasn't got an object. So just with this little eyedropper tool, click that and then select the cylinder. Okay, ooh, what happened? We did something wrong. No, it's actually working correctly, but it's putting itself inside the cylinder. So it's performing it the opposite that we want. So instead of intersect, we're going to change it to difference. And that is it. Look at that. We now have a cut in our anvil. Now, when you look at it in solid view mode, you can't see anything because they are two shapes literally intersecting with each other and you can't see inside them. So here's a little tip. If you go to the object settings and And underneath display, if you change the view mode, you can't see any. So instead of intersect, we're going to change it to difference. And that is it. Look at that. We now have a cut in our anvil. Now, when you look at it in solid view mode, you can't see anything because they are two shapes literally intersecting with each other and you can't see inside them. So here's a little tip. If you go to the object settings and underneath display, if you change the maximum draw, you can't see inside them. So here's a little tip. If you go to the object settings and underneath display, if you change the maximum draw type from textured to wire, now it won't show you anything beyond wire. So now you can move it around and you can see how it's actually affecting your mesh underneath it. Maybe one day in the future, the Boolean operation, the modifier, might already do that for you, so you don't have to think about it maybe. I don't know. But there you go. Okay, so what we want to do is just position it around about where we want to perform that cut. All right? Something like that. And I might actually just scale this along the x-axis to make it a little bit pointier, like so. And just as a general, maybe one day textured to wire, now it won't show you anything beyond wire. So now you can move it around and you can see how it's actually affecting your mesh underneath it. Maybe one day in the future, the Boolean operation, the modifier, might already do that for you, so you don't have to think about it maybe. I don't know. But there you go. Okay, so what we want to do is just position it around about where we want to perform that cut. All right? Something like that. And I might actually just scale this along the x-axis to make it a little bit pointier, like so. And just as a general tip here, this is going to make our next bit a whole lot easier. Just make sure that the furthermost point, like this pointy bit of our cylinder, is just in line with one of those horizontal axes. Okay? Horizontal. Lines. Okay? Okay. Have I said that enough? Cool. All right. Now, you might be thinking, yeah, that's cool, but what about the other side? Don't we have to do the exact same thing over there? No, because we are artists and we are lazy. And it is good to be lazy. You don't want to double up on work. We can perform a mirror operation for the other side. So if underneath our Boolean operation, our Boolean modifier, here, if we add a mirror, so the mirror is after the Boolean underneath, now it's performing a mirror. Okay, and the way it's performing the mirror is it is basing it off of what is on either side of this origin point, okay, and which axes. So it's performing it along the x-axis of the origin point, which is left and right, and it's mirroring itself both ways, which is incorrect. So uncheck that. What you're looking for is the y-axis. Now, that still doesn't look correct. And the reason for that is that you have got mesh on both sides of that origin point. You want to make it so that all of your mesh is on one side or the other. So you want to basically delete half of your mesh. But if you were to delete these vertices like this, you would see that we don't have anything that's joining them together. So before you delete them, make sure that you do a loop cut right here, just by hitting Control R, and then click. And then when it's sliding around, so you want to basically delete half of your mesh. But if you were to delete these vertices like
We have something for this.
this, you would see that we don't have anything that's joining them together. So before you delete them, make sure that you do a loop cut right here just by hitting Control R and then click. And then when it's sliding around, just right click to cancel its slidiness. And then we're just going to select half of it with the box tool, click, delete, vertices. And there we go. Cool. So we got it on both sides now. And the cool thing is that you've still got your underlying mesh here. So this is still exactly the way it was. It's when you exit edit mode and you look at it from object mode that you're actually seeing the cutout shape there. Okay? So what we're going to do next is we're going to be applying this boolean. We're going to click this apply button, which means that you'll actually see it in edit mode as well. However, before you click apply on any modifier, I always recommend that you first of all duplicate what you have and then move it to what is called a trash layer, which is basically, I just make it still exactly the way it was. It's when you exit edit mode and you look at it from object mode that you're actually seeing the cutout shape there. Okay? So what we're going to do next is we're going to be applying this boolean. We're going to click this apply button, which means that you'll actually see it in edit mode as well. However, before you click apply on any modifier, I always recommend that you first of all duplicate what you have and then move it to what is called a trash layer, which is basically, I just make it the last layer. It's a little tip. I think Andy Goralczyk does it as well. But it's like you keep things on a spare layer just in case you need to go back to it. Because otherwise, if you've applied it and then later on you decide you don't like the shape, you can't change it. So, but if you've got that, then you can. Anyways, so I am now going to hit apply on the boolean, and it means I can delete my cylinder. And now when we go into edit mode, look, I always recommend that you first of all duplicate what you have and then move it to what is called a trash layer, which is basically, I just make it the last layer. It's a little tip. I think Andy Goralczyk does it as well. But it's like you keep things on a spare layer just in case you need to go back to it. Because otherwise, if you've applied it and then later on you decide you don't like it, well. However, before you click apply on any which is duplicate what you have and then move it to what is called a trash layer, which is basically, I just make it the last layer. It's a little tip. I think Andy Goralczyk does it as well. But it's like you keep things on a spare layer just in case you need to go back to it. Because otherwise, if you've applied it and then later on you decide you don't like the shape, you can't change it. So, but if you've got that, then you can. Anyways, so I am now going to hit apply on the boolean, and it means I can delete my cylinder. And now when we go into edit mode, look what we have. Haha. Lovely. Okay, so that is the Boolean operator. It is pretty cool. It's pretty nifty. But if you're thinking, this is awesome, I've never had Have to worry about modeling again. I'll just use Boolean operator. If I'm going to make a building, I'll just make a cube and subtract a bunch of other cubes from it. There is unfortunately a dark side to the Boolean operator, and that is that the Boolean operator generally makes a mess of your mesh. Okay, so if you look at it in edit mode, you might not be able to see a problem because you've got a nice line across here. What's the problem, right? Well, the problem is the way that meshes need to be made up. Let me say that again. The basic crash course in a mesh, right, is that what you want to have is 4 vertices for each face of your mesh. Okay, so these little dots, those are vertices. 2 dots together creates an edge, and 4 of them together with a face on it creates a face. And we are always looking for 4 vertices per face. You never want to have 5 or 6 or 7, and you never want to have 3 unless you're making something for a game. A game engines, for whatever reason, use triangles. But for us, we're always looking for 4, okay? And the reason we're looking for 4 is that they have a direction. If I'm in face select mode and I was to alt click on any of the edges, it will show you the direction in which the faces are going. See, there's that direction, and then there's also this direction. Okay, so there's 2 directions for it to go. And the reason that that's important is because of the subsurf modifier. 99.9% of every single model you are ever going to make will probably need to have a subsurf modifier applied to it. If we were to do that with our mesh right now, you will see the problem. Subdivision surface. Bow, bow. What happened to our anvil, right? This no longer looks like a nice clean shape. Looks like something a Jedi should fall into. It's a horrible mess. Horrible. It doesn't know how to deal with what we've got going on right here. It's freaking out. And the reason is that these faces are made up of not 4 vertices. They are made up of 5 or more, or even less. It can cause problems. So whenever you have 3, whenever you have 5 or more, you're going to have problems. Okay, so that's what we've got going on right here. So what we need to do is we want to keep our shape. We like the shape that we've got, but we want to have 4 vertices. So what that means is we want to make each of these faces here 4, not the number that they are currently. Now, again, there are a number of ways that you can do this fix, this problem solving, we'll call it, right? The old method, the method that old Andrew would have used, is the hard way, which would be to basically say like, okay, I don't want that line there, so I'm going to delete those vertices. And now I want to draw lines down from those because that is going to make me a nice square. So I will draw those down, I will extrude them down, and now let me select that line there because I want them all to now be in line. So let me hit S, scale it along the Z axis, and then hit 0. Now they're all lined up. Now I want to make that a face, so I just hit F, and I want to make this a face, so I hit F, and then those would have to be a face again, and those would have to be a face again. Clear the normals to fix that little dark problem, and now we've fixed it. Okay, so I was able to make, there we go, we've now got a direction to it. Okay, oh, I didn't mention it before, but yeah, there's a direction in all of these, but the moment it goes down to anything that has 5 or anything else, it cuts off. It doesn't know what's going on over here. But now you can see with this one, it does because there is 4. So that's what we're trying to do. Now that, what I just did there, it works, but it's a long way, and there's a lot of clicking and deleting and things, and there's actually a much easier way, which I guess I learned years later, and that is to use the knife tool. So the knife tool is enabled by hitting K for knife, and if you were to click and just draw on your mesh, and you were to just draw around like this, what it's doing is it's from whatever view that you were looking at it, is it draws onto your model. Okay, it creates vertices and dots and lines and things. Good explanation. But the important thing is that it keeps the faces that you've already got. It just adds extra vertices to it. So what we can do is we can use the knife tool, because I want to just draw a line basically straight down into this edge right here. So if I go to front view, and front view is important, as I'll show you in a second, and then turn on the knife tool, you'll see that, by the way, when you move it around, when it gets close to an edge, it snaps to it. And when it gets close to a vertice, it also snaps to it, and there's a red outline. So when it has a red outline, I'm going to click, and then I'm just going to pull it down, right? Or just move the mouse down. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create a straight line. If I go to front view, and front view is important, as I'll show you in a second, and then turn on the knife tool, you'll see that, by the way, when you move it around, when it gets close to an edge, it snaps to it. And when it gets close to a vertice, it also snaps to it, and there's a red outline. So when it has a red outline, I'm going to click, and then I'm just going to pull it down, right? Or just move the mouse down. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create a straight line. And it's hard to get a straight line, too fiddly, but there's a keyboard shortcut you can remember, or actually you don't have to remember. It's actually along the bottom of that.
The answer was space.
That toolbar there to it, and when it gets close to a vertice, it also snaps to it, and there's a red outline. So when it has a red outline, I'm going to click, and then I'm just going to pull it down, right? Or just move the mouse down. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create a straight line. And it's hard to get a straight line, too fiddly, but there's a keyboard shortcut you can remember, or actually you don't have to remember. It's actually along the bottom of that toolbar there. You can see it says enter, space, all that kind of stuff. That's giving you the keyboard shortcuts that you can use whilst you're in this mode. So one of them will say C for constrain to angle. So if you hit C, it's now snapping it to 45-degree increments, which is perfect. So now I just want to draw it until I hit that bottom line there. I'm just going to click and then hit enter. And that is it. So I was able to draw a straight line through it, remember, or actually you don't have to remember. It's actually along the bottom of that toolbar there. You can see it says enter, space, all that kind of stuff. That's giving you the keyboard shortcuts that you can use whilst you're in this mode. So one of them will say C for constrain to angle. So if you hit C, it's now snapping it to 45-degree increments, which is perfect. So now I just want to draw it until I hit that bottom line there. I'm just going to click and then hit enter. And that is it. So I was able to draw straight line through it whilst keeping the face there. So I didn't have to redo face, hit F and do all that extra stuff. I was just able to draw it. But we still have these vertices here, so how do I fix that? Well, here's another thing. You don't have to just delete those and then, do this thing. What you can actually do is if you were to, if you hit G, right, that is just going to move it, in relation to what the camera is currently looking at, right? But if you are to double tap G, what it's doing is it's doing an edge slide, okay? And if you were to slide it all the way, doesn't matter which way to do it, one or the other, it's now doubling up, okay? So you can see right here, I've now got two vertices right on top of each other, and same down here. And that is not good. That's actually the one thing that meshes hate. Doesn't know how to handle that in shading. It's the cause of all sorts of problems. So much so that there is an operation, if you select everything and then just hit W, you'll see something here that says remove doubles. Now, if you were to click that, it searches the whole mesh, and if it finds any any vertices that are on top of each other, it will merge them together. So I don't know if you just saw it right there, but it said removed two vertices. So let me do it again. I'll select this line here. Double tap G, slide it along, doesn't matter which way. Now I just hit A twice to select the whole mesh, W, remove vertices, and it says removed two vertices. And by the way, if you don't want to remember the W, I think it's actually in the toolbar. Yeah, there it is, remove doubles. So exact same thing. So we now just need to do that for the rest of it, which I was doing so much explaining that it probably confuses you into thinking it's a huge long process, but it's not. So I hit K. down, C, click, enter. K, click, C, click, enter. K, click, C, click, enter. And now, I just take these, double tap G, slide it along, double tap G, slide it along, double tap G, slide it along. Same with this one, slide it along, and actually same with this one. Slide that along, slide this along, slide this along, and we'll fix that, what's going on there in a second. But now I just select everything, remove doubles. Removed 14 vertices, look at that. So now, look at our mesh. Aren't we clever? Oh, okay. So this one is still not working because if you zoom right in, our positioning wasn't exactly perfect. So if you see this, you've got 3 that need to be merged into 1. Because we don't have any other way to merge these, I'm just going to make a loop cut right here, like vertically, like halving it basically right there. And then what I want to do is I just want to merge these. So I'm going to hit Alt-M. So that's how you merge things. If you've just got vertices you want to connect together, merge them together, hit at center. And now, right here, I'm going to select this face. I'll just delete that face. There's a gecko in the roof. Now I've deleted that face. I'm just making another face there and another face there. Now, if you have done this correct, you should now see clear lines. So clear flow that way, a clear flow this way, clear flow this way, another flow this way, and also this direction. So now we have got a nice flow to our mesh, okay? The reason this is so important is check this out. With the subsurf turned on, we no longer have a sarlacc pit. We now have a nice smoothed off edge there. And if you're thinking like, okay, but I don't want a really smoothed off edge like that. Well, in the next part, we're going to be doing what you call proximity loops, whatever they're called. But it's where you add in edge loops like this, and you add it in close, and you now have control over how round that edge is there. And same with down there. And you can add more across here. Don't do this, by the way, because it'll create all sorts of problems up here, it's easier if you do it after you do the next part of this mesh. But yeah, so that's why we went to all that trouble. The only other final thing that we'll do in this video, I'll just close up the bottom here. So it's actually quite easy. First of all, I'll just delete that edge, and then just select all this. So holding down Alt, and then I am clicking on that edge right there. I'll deselect these end pieces. So I've just got the ring, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to extrude, and I'm going to extrude it along the y-axis, so it extrudes it into itself. And because we've got the mirror turned on, what we can do is we can turn on clipping, like that. And when you've got clipping, what it'll do is that now when it gets close, they'll stick together. It's a very satisfying thing. I love doing that. Doesn't need the sound effect. No, you're right. Cool. So now I've done that. I'll make a face there because I know that's 4 vertices and 4 vertices right there. And we've done it. Yay. Well done. So I'll just make that a little bit thicker. Thick. Awesome. Lovely. And we've done it. Now I've done that. I'll make a face there because I know that's 4 vertices and 4 vertices right there. And we've done it. Yay. Well done. So I'll just make that a little bit thicker. Thick. Awesome. Lovely. So that was in a roundabout way, how to make that cutout shape of our mesh there. So as you can see, the Boolean tool, it's very powerful. It does require some manual modifications in order to make it work properly with the subsurf modifier. Sometimes you don't need to do all that rearranging. There's a bunch of people that just do a bunch of Boolean stuff now and they don't worry with the subsurf. But if you want to make a nice clean mesh, this is sort of what you need to do to patch it up. So it's something to keep in mind. The Boolean, like this, what I just showed you, the Boolean thing, it used to do a horrible mess before B-Mesh was in Blender, which don't worry about it if you don't know what that is. But before that was the thing, like it just made triangles everywhere. Like it made an absolute mess of everything whenever you use the boolean, which is why most older Blender artists don't use it at all. But since B-Mesh, it's a lot cleaner and it works a lot nicer. But anyways, that's the tutorial. If you found it useful, please give it a thumbs up so that other people can find it. And I will see you in part 3. Thank you for watching. And if you want to get the keyboard shortcut guide, if you don't have to remember all the keyboard shortcuts, the link for that is in the description as well. Thank you for watching. Bye. G'day. Welcome back to the Anvil model. Modeling tutorial. I'm Andrew Price, and this is where we're at. We've got what looks like half an anvil made out of cheese. So in this part, we are going to be adding sharp corners to it, which I know sounds absolutely thrilling, but it's actually a very important part of the modeling process, because when you add this subsurf modifier, like we have done, you can see that it rounds everything off. And so the initial reaction when you first use the subsurf modifier is you go like, oh, well, I don't want it to be all smooth. This looks a lot closer to, you know, what I want, which is, you know, the finished result, which is sharp edges. So I remember when I first started modeling and using Blender, I went through times where I would go like, forget the subsurf, and I would delete it, and I would try and round everything by hand, but that creates a lot of problems because, for example, say you just wanted to model everything and not use the subsurf, you would have to try to, you know, round this edge here because this is way too sharp of an edge, and you can see that in our original, it's catching light on that edge there, so you would have to try to round that by doing something like a bevel, you know, but then later on, if you wanted to, I don't know, change the top here and add something else, you've now got all these extra vertices to deal with, so it's not as simple as it was before. So it is a much better idea to keep it lean, which is what we've got now, like a pretty lean looking mesh that gives you a lot of control, but then add in a subsurf, which gives you the control of, you know, how high resolution do you want the final model to be. You can just turn it up or down. So that's why so many people use the subsurf modifier, because it's just makes everything simple. Most people expect it. So making sharp edges. So
So there's a couple of ways you could do it. The first way is one that I don't recommend. A lot of people say you should do it, but doesn't really work. And that is to add a crease. So you can add a crease just by hitting Shift E and then just pulling the mouse outward. And you can see that when you do that, the edge that you selected now has this pink outline to it. So when I drag that all the way out, whoops. As you drag it, you'll see in the bottom left-hand corner, as you drag, it's giving the, what do you call it? It's giving it a number. So it's at +1 right now. So with it turned all the way up, you can see that, yes, we've fixed the problem of it being too smooth, but we also don't have any control over how round we want to go. Because if you were to go in between that, like, I don't know, to say 0.5, you can see that, yes, there's a crease, but it's almost like it's not fully, like, you don't have full control over this. You might try and bring it up. But honestly, like, the crease, generally whenever I use a crease, it's just to make it maximum crease. It doesn't really work in the in-between values. So, the better method, and the method that I'll show you right now, oh, hang on a second. I think the watch thought I said, "Hey Siri," and then it just started listing everything I was saying in a big, long request list. Anyway, okay. So I mentioned, oh yeah, so getting rid of the crease. So if you want to know what your edge actual crease is, and you can just find it in the properties bar there. Anyways, a better method, the method that I will show you and the method that I recommend, if I don't get interrupted by my watch again, is to add in a loop cut. Because the reason that this is so smoothed out is because it is averaging out this huge area. Okay, so it's averaging out the three, to make this corner here, it is going from there and it's averaging it all the way down like that. Okay, so that's why that edge there is so smoothed off and it looks ridiculous. But watch this, if we add a loop cut, okay, drag it there, and then we change the position and pull this up to say something there, right? Now it only has to go from there to there to there. So it's that big smoothed off edge there is fixed, right? And if we want to smooth it even more, sharpen it even more, then we would add another loop cut like that. And this is the method, I believe there's even a term for it, like a proximity loop, I think it's called. But yeah, it enables you to control the subsurf. So I've got the best of both worlds. I've now got the control of being able to make this high res or low res, but I've also got a fairly lowish lean model, which I can easily control in the future. So it's a really good way of working. Okay, so that's that sharp edge there. What we're going to move on to now is this next bit. So right now our model currently ends like right here. G'day, welcome back to the anvil model. But yeah, it enables you to control the subsurf. So I've now I've got the best of both worlds. I've now got the control of being able to make this high res or low res, but I've also got a fairly lowish lean model, which I can easily control in the future. So it's a really good way of working. Okay, so that's that sharp edge there. What we're going to move on to now is this next bit. So right now our model currently ends like right here. So we've got to basically extrude a little piece out, but you can see that it drops down a little bit. It goes like that. So how do we do that? Well, it just so happens that we actually have some loop cuts here to work with. So what we can do is we can actually just take this area here and extrude that outwards. If we were to do this though, we're missing the step down there, because you can see there is a little step down there as well. So I'll add another loop cut. So let's add another loop cut, drop that down there. And you can see we've sort of got this box inside our box there, which means that when I extrude and pull that outwards, that I've got that little step down like we do in the reference photo there. Cool, and let me just drag some stuff over because it is running out of room on the screen. Okay, cool. All right, so we extruded that bit out. now let's do another little step because we have to add another little. Okay, cool. Which means that when I extrude and pull that outwards, that I've got that little step down like we do in the reference photo there. Cool. And let me just drag some stuff over because it is running out of room on the screen. Okay. Cool. All right. So we extruded that bit out. Now let's do another little step because we have to add another little step down here. And then we're going to create the horn that goes out here. Okay, so there's a couple of ways that you can, create that step. Like I mentioned it before, just grabbing the geometry that we'd already created from the edge loops. But you can also do an inset. So I'm going to select this area here. And if I hit I, what that's doing is it's the exact same thing as if you were to hit E to extrude and then just cancel its, scaling or whatever, and then scaled it into itself, it would be doing this. Okay, so that is an inset, what you're looking at right there. And the cool thing about the inset tool is if I just undo that, when you're in this inset mode, you can see how we've got that border there, like we've got it insetting there, which doesn't really work when you've got the mirror modifier, because now if I was to extrude this, it's created two separate pieces. So I don't want this area right there. So what you can do is when you're in the inset position, inset mode, just hit B. Okay, and that will eliminate the boundary. And the shortcuts for all these things, they're listed along the bottom bar there when you're in that mode. So you don't have to remember that one. You can just look in the bottom bar there. So it is B. B. Okay, so I'm going to click. That's there. So I've got one little step down. And now I'm going to extrude this out to however long I want the horn to be. Okay, so that looks... Does that look about right, looking at the reference photos? It does. Looks pretty good to me. Okay, cool. So to make the horn that shape, we want this top bit to be flat. Oh gosh, what a horrible line. From there to there, that's flat. So basically this part here is going to stay where it is, but this bottom bit is obviously curving up. So if we were to just grab those and pull that up, you can see we're missing some extra geometry there. So I'm going to add a loop cut, and then I'm going to increase the scroll wheel, increase the scroll up, I guess what it's always called. And yeah, once I got two, I'm going to click and then right click to cancel its movement. And now I'm going to do exactly like what we did over here. Remember when we made this whole section there, right? Gosh, that's horrible. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this bottom part. Yeah, make sure you've selected both of the vertices there. I'm going to turn on proportional editing by hitting O. And then if I pull this up, you can see, for one, the exact same problem we had over on the other side. We don't want this top position to move, so I want that to stay where it is. So I'm just going to hide it by hitting H. And now, if I take this and I pull this up, I can now create that curve. But the curve is in the wrong direction because it is at the spherical fall-off, right? The one you're going to use is sharp. And you'll get better at just identifying and knowing which one to use. But yeah, so it's basically because it's the very tip here which is pointed. So, all right, I'll pull that up to about there. Lovely. And I'll bring back the rest of my mesh by hitting Alt-H. Okay, so that's where it was before. And now, because I pulled that up, like we want to pull this bit in. So basically just want to grab that and pull it in. Normally you would go something like this and scale it, but because we've got the mirror modifier, scaling doesn't work that way. It's not the way that you would expect. So what you need to do instead is just pull those into itself. And because I've got clipping modifier, scaling doesn't work that way. It's not the way that you would expect. So what you need to do instead is just pull those into itself. And because I've got clipping turned on, when I pull that into itself, this line here is just stopping. It doesn't work that way. It's not the way that you would expect. So what you need to do instead is just pull those into itself. And because I've got clipping turned on, when I pull that into itself, this line here is just stopping right where they're touching, essentially. And that is good. So from the top it looks good. From the side it looks good. And we are good. Let me get a quick drink here. All right, 10 minutes, not bad. now we can create a couple more edge loops. So I'm going to create one right here to make this edge sharp so that it's only going from there to there to there instead of all the way to there. And then I'll create another one here like that. Okay, so I've now sharpened up those two edges. Oh, and I'll make one here as well, which is good. And then I want another one here because otherwise it's stretching it all the way from there to there. So that doesn't look very good. So I'm going to add another loop cut right there and drag that back. Cool. All right, so now it's looking pretty good, but you can see that this area here is really rounded because we haven't got that loop cut like we had here. Okay, so let me show you how we would do that. So we would just add a loop cut, right? And I'll pull this across like you would, like we did before, and then I'll add another loop cut right here. Okay, just like what we did over here. Okay, so that's given us the extra geometry. Whoops, it's given us the extra geometry right here so that it's now just make it a sharp edge. However, look at what we've done to our horn. Our horn suddenly has something that we don't want, right? Which is extra. We don't want that edge on our horn. Okay, so this is a problem that I created deliberately because you come across this a lot when you're modeling something. Like you'll be modeling a car and you'll think like, oh, I need to add an edge loop here to sort of make this edge sharp. But you don't realize that as you are hitting, as you hit Control R and you pull it up, right, when you finally zoom out, you realize that that edge loop goes all the way around your model and now you've got a sharp edge where you didn't want there to be a sharp edge. So this problem is, it's very common. Okay, so how do we fix this? Well, there's a couple of ways. The old way that I used to do it when I was learning was I would just grab these pieces and I would like pull them out, and then I grab this one and I would pull that out, and that does sort of round it, but then you've got this horrible edge that's stretching across there. And although it doesn't look like a problem right now, if you were to do sculpting or you wanted to rig this at some point or even just create like a nice edge, that's going to be a problem. Oh, my phone is ringing. One sec. Sorry about that. That was the wife. Old ball and chain checking up on me. No. Okay, but a better solution instead of doing that is to try to turn the edge loops in on themselves, or try to prevent them from interrupting the parts of the mesh that you don't want it to. So what we're trying to do is get rid of this edge across the horns here, okay? We want it here, and it's okay even if it's here, but we don't want it to stretch out over here. So what can we do? Well, if you look, the solution is actually already here, okay, on our previous step. If we could get that to, instead of splitting and going down here across the top, to instead turn down in on itself and connect to here like that, then this would remain the one single edge across the horn, and we would still have that. So that's what we want to do right now. So how do we do this? Well, the same method that I showed you in the first video, which is to select the edge that you want to move, like this. Click, click, and then finally click. Okay, and then to double tap G, and then pull it across like that. And then, if we were to remove the doubles, removes the 11 vertices. Now you can see we've got rid of that edge loop across the top there, but we've still got it everywhere else. Okay. By the way, someone mentioned in the comments that instead of doing that double tap G thing, that I could instead use the dissolve edge or collapse edge, and those did work for that situation, which is true. But for this specific situation, we actually do want to do this, because then we have an actual control over where this line actually goes. So that's why we're doing it like this. If we were to just remove this edge like that and just type in hit dissolve edge, then we wouldn't get it and we'd have to pull that up or whatever. So I just prefer to just do this. And also I like seeing it. Like there's something about when you just hit that and it says dissolve edge, you sort of like have to reorient yourself as to like what exactly happened with my mesh. But here it's very easy to see because you can see it moving. Anyways, so remove the doubles there. And there we go. So we do have this little mess here, but this is very easily fixed because that's the 4 points. So we're fine there. If we just hit F, it will automatically eliminate the two triangles and just make one face out of it. So, oh yeah, we have to do the same thing down here. So first of all, add in one edge loop. Down there. Did I not have I didn't have an edge loop down there, did I? Okay, all right. Well, creating one now. Grab this and all the way up there, and now double tap G, pull that down, clear it, and now hit F to make a face out of that. And there we go. So this is, you might think this is a very unique case, but this is the sort of problem solving that you constantly need to do when you're modeling something. Because as I mentioned, nobody knows, no modeler knows, despite how good they are, how they're going to approach something until they get to it. And they start realizing that, oh man, this edge loop, which I need for the car's, trim, wraps all the way around the tail light, and now when I make it sharp, it makes this horrible edge. on the tail light or something. That's just something that you notice, and you have to overcome it as you go, and you'll get a lot better at it. And at the start, you will feel a little bit incompetent and like, I don't know what I'm doing. Just make mistakes, break things, as Mark Zuckerberg's famous, what do you call it, philosophy? Move fast and break things. But yeah, you'll pick it up as you go, and you'll learn by watching more and more tutorials as well on how different modelers approach different things, and you'll be like, oh, I didn't think of that. You can do that, you can do this, whatever. Anyways, so that's it. We have solved that little problem there. And we have, yeah, I think we're going to leave the recording here because otherwise I go too long for these videos. But yeah, we made this edge here sharp, which is great. I guess we could make this one at the very edge. We could make that sharper as well. And there we go. Now we've got the entire top edge sharp where it needs to be. It's curved where it needs to be. We've fixed a problem. In the next video, we're going to be creating more edge loops here to make this edge completely sharp, as well as this edge around here. And we're also going to do some more fixing, which doesn't sound thrilling, but it is very helpful to know this stuff, so that when you get to fun stuff later on, you're modeling a rifle or something like that, you know how to problem solve. That's the idea anyway. So go ahead and join me in the next video. Oh, give this a thumbs up if you enjoyed it as well. Got to ask that, or else it just doesn't happen. So anyway, click the next part. Which way is that? That way. Bye. Welcome back to part 4 of the modeling series. This is where we left off at the end of the last video. Got a nice looking anvil. We got some sharp edges around here. Now we're going to essentially finish the modeling. Yeah, so the biggest problem with our current mesh is that we've got this sloppy area down here. This part up here looks nice and sharp, nice horn, everything. This edge is sort of okay, but this edge not so great. So let's work on that. So just like what we did in the last video, I'm going to be adding another loop cut right here. Okay, and when I do this and I bring this up, you can see that it's tightening up that edge there. Now, one thing to note when you use this loop cut, when you add a loop cut, the placement of it, when you slide it from back to forth, you can see that it's choosing the shape of the edge which is closest to it as you drag it over there. And the more you drag it up, the more it takes the shape of that edge. But what you can actually do is if you hit E, and it will actually now copy the edge which is closest to it as you drag it over there. And the more you drag it up, the more it takes the shape of that edge. But what you can actually do is if you hit E, and it will actually now copy that the shape of your choosing, regardless of where it is between that. So you can see right now it's actually taking the shape of the bottom loop. And if you hit F, and these shortcuts, by the way, they're on the bottom bar, just like they were before.
you can see that the red dot, which is showing you which edge it's taking the form on, is now at the top. So if I hit F again, you can see that I'm changing that. So again, it's as you're moving it up, it's hitting E to go even, and then F to confine to which edge shape. Anyway, I'm doing this so that I can just get the nice edge there without sort of any in between that's over there. So that looks pretty good to me. Pretty nice. Okay, now we want another edge to go across the top here, basically like so. Oh, that looks terrible. Oh, and also I'll turn on the screen keys. Cool. Lots of noise going on here. Yeah, so I want an edge going up here. So I'm going to add a loop cut, right? This. And put it right there. I'm going to hit E again and just confine it to that one on the right there by hitting F. There we go. Okay, so now you can see that I've got this edge and it's going up fine, but then we've got this cut where there's, where it splits off and it goes up there. Now this is a bit of a problem, but you'll see that it's actually quite simple once we add in this other loop, because this other loop has the exact same problem. I'm going to hit E again to make it even. Make sure that it's copying that one, and then I will hit click. There we go. Okay, so how do we fix what's going on here? Because you can see, it's not that obvious. If I turned up this, you might notice it, you might not. But you can see that where the light sort of hits that edge there, it sort of breaks off. So it's all nice, it goes up, and then just sort of breaks off, and it sort of goes up like that, right? So it's not hugely obvious, but it would be better if that edge went around, like it doesn't have the bit going up, obviously. So we can, just like what we did up here, where we pushed and we were able to manipulate that loop cut so that it went in on itself, we can actually do that around here. If I was able to make these 2 points, say if they were joined right in the middle there, like that, then that what do you call it? That loop? Is it the loop I'm thinking about? It's the flow. The flow of these faces would be forced to go around here. So the way we can do this, there's a number of ways you can do it. Honestly, everybody's got their own different way of, I guess, is it called retopologizing? Of cleaning up their topology. But this is the way I do it. So I know that I want these 2 pieces to go together. So the way you merge things, merging 2 vertices in Blender, is you hit Alt-M. Okay, now little pop-up will ask you where do you want the merged piece to be. You can choose the first vertice, the last vertice, or in our case, I want one in between. So I'm just going to choose at center and click. Okay, so disregarding this horrible mess that's going up here, this is now correct. And if I was to click this, whoops. Oh, well, we've got to clear up some of those vertices first. But you can see that these are now joined the way they should be. So it's now going around on itself. So what this means is that I no longer need that edge or this edge. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to double tap G and slide this across. Okay, so that it's going to be joined in the middle there. But I don't want this one to move. So I'm going to select everything except that and hit double tap. Double tap G, move it across. Exact same thing here. Unselect that little vertice. Double tap G, bring that across. Now, W, remove doubles. Okay? Too many shortcuts to remember, by the way. Make sure you can get my cheat sheet in the description if you want it. Okay, now that's looking pretty good. But we still have this edge here from before where it was connected, and we don't want that connected anymore. So I'm going to hit X, and then make sure you delete the edge, not the vertice, like so. And look at that. Huh? Look at that. We'll have this edge here from before where it was connected, and we don't want that connected anymore. So I'm going to hit X, and then make sure you delete the, we'll have this edge here from before where it was connected, and we don't want that connected anymore. So I'm going to hit X, and then make sure you delete the edge, not the vertice. Like so. And look at that. Huh? Look at that nice edge, the reflection. I love it. I love it when you get you work out the topology and you fix an edge and it's like, looks nice, so satisfying. Really cool. Okay, so that's fixed. Now let's do this bottom one's really easy. I just want to drag this down until it's sort of down there. So I'm just going to hit E to make it even to down there. Okay, so now the base is flat, which is good. Now the only other edge that we want to clean up is this one. So we've got an edge here, which is making that side of the edge nice and sharp, but this part is a little bit too smooth. So I want to add another loop cut right here. I'm going to hit E, like that, and that's pretty good. And I'll do the exact same thing on this side. Hit E and then F to make sure that it's on the right side. And that is good. Nice. Okay, so this is pretty good. However, we could do better. 1 second. Okay, so looking at this, like, honestly, if you wanted to stop here, I mean, you're welcome to it, right? But this loop cut, you can see that we've got geometry that's going up here that isn't really doing anything. And we've got a double layer of it, okay? It's going up there. We've also got geometry that's going up here that isn't really doing anything, okay? It's just sort of, just ambling up there. And this causes problems, like you can sort of see it, not really, actually, because it's but if this was slightly out of alignment, you would see this big crease that sort of goes up here. Maybe yours at home has that. So we can fix that, because really you're trying to think when you're looking at the mesh, like what direction is the should the mesh be flowing? Like where should I see a nice clean line when you reflect light of it? off it. And you know that there should be a nice clean line that goes all the way down there. Okay, that's what should be happening. But you can see that the line is being forced to go across here and up there, which isn't quite right. So you know that you need to turn it down to go down this direction. Okay, looking at our, let me bring this back. Looking at our reference photo, you can see that that is true. Okay, it's like one continuous line that goes that way, and then one continuous line that goes that way. Okay, so, okay, so what we can do, again, there's a number of different ways you can do this. There's one operation where I think you take this, you hit Control E, and then you can rotate the edge. But I don't like doing it because it's really hard to orient. Like, it just does this like, you know, like in a blink of a second, you've just changed your mesh. It's hard to sort of see things. I like to just see what's actually going on and sort of tweak things myself. So this is how I would do it. First of all, I would delete this face, okay? And why I would delete that is because now I know I want that vertice to go to there. And when I do that, I'm going to choose last because I select that one first, then that one last, and then Alt-M at last. And now you can see that this line is correct. Okay, I know that that's correct. Now I just need to fix the rest of this. So I want, it's got another edge loop which is unavoidable because we've got two steps. We've got this edge that goes up here, creates this step, and then this edge that is correct. Now I know I want that vertice to go to there, and when I would delete this face, okay? And why I would delete that is because now I know I want that vertice to go to there. And when I do that, I'm going to choose last because I select that one first, then that one last, and then Alt-M at last. And now you can see that this line is correct. Okay, I know that that's correct. Now I just need to fix the rest of this. So I want, it's got another edge loop which is unavoidable because we've got two steps. We've got this edge that goes up here, creates this step, and then this edge that goes all the way across here and creates the second step for the horn. So we have an extra line here, even though we don't need it for this part. So what we can do is just add another edge loop right here. But since I don't want the edge loop going all the way up there, I can just save time and I'll just delete that face. And now when I make an edge loop, it will stop right there. I'll make it even with E. Okay, and now I know I want this to go here. So I'm going to hit Alt-M and then select at last. Okay, now I've got a bunch going on here that I do not need. So I'm going to delete this to go here. So I'm going to hit Alt-M and then select at last. Okay, now I've got a bunch going on here that I do not need. So I'm going to delete those vertices, and up here I'm going to delete these. I'm going to delete that. And up here I'm going to delete these. I'm going to delete that edge loop. Okay, so now look what's going on here that I do not need. So I'm going to delete those vertices, and up here I'm going to delete these. I'm going to delete that edge loop. Okay, so now look at what we've done. We have eliminated geometry and we've now got this nice clean line which will go all the way around. Here, I'm going to delete these. I'm going to delete that edge loop. Okay, so now look at what we've done. We have eliminated geometry and we've now got this nice clean and up here, I'm going to delete these. I'm going to delete Alt-M and then select at last. Okay, now I've got a bunch going on here that I do not need. So I'm going to delete those vertices. And up here, I'm going to delete these. I'm going to delete that edge loop. Okay, so now look at what we've done. We have eliminated geometry and we've now got this nice clean line which will go all the way around. We've got this big gaping hole here, but we'll fix that in just a moment. But first we've got to fix this side. Okay, it's no good, figuring all this out if we've still got edges that sort of flow over here to the left. So what I'm going to do is it's the exact same thing. I'm just going to delete, actually I might as well just delete this face as well. Because I know that I'm going to be joining things. So I'm going to hit Alt-M, then select At Last. I can delete, actually can I delete that vertex? Yeah, might as well. I might as well just rebuild. Might as well just I'll drag that. If you're not sure, looking at your thing, like how things are going to work, feel free to sort of drag it around to sort of eyeball it. So you can go like, oh, okay, so this edge, yeah, it's going up there. Hey, actually, you know what? I don't need that edge. Huh? I can get rid of it. Delete that edge loop. Oh, hang on. Okay, I don't need that. Let's delete that. Now delete that edge loop. Okay. Huh? I can get rid of it. Delete that edge loop. Oh, hang on. Okay, I don't need that. Let's delete that. Now delete that edge loop. Okay, good. It's all right. We've done a lot of clicking, but there's method to the madness. Edge, yeah, it's going up there. Hey, actually, you know what? I don't need that edge. Huh? I can get rid of it. Delete that edge loop. Oh, hang on. Okay, I don't need that. Let's delete that. Now delete that edge loop. Okay, good. It's all right. We've done a lot of clicking, but there's method to the madness. Okay, I'll just clear out that whole area. Now I can delete that edge loop because I know I don't need that. This now becomes 4. I know that's one face, and this becomes 4, and then this becomes madness. Okay, I'll just clear out that whole area. Let's delete that. Now delete that. Huh? I can get rid of it. Delete that edge loop. Oh, hang on. Okay, I don't need that. Let's delete that. Now delete that edge loop. Okay, good. It's all right. We've done a lot of clicking, but yeah, might as well. I might as well just rebuild. Might as well just I'll drag that. If you're not sure, looking at your thing, like how things are going to work, feel free to sort of drag it around to sort of eyeball it. So you can go like, oh, okay, so this edge, yeah, it's going up there. Hey, actually, you know what? I don't need that edge. Huh? I can get rid of it. Delete that edge loop. Oh, hang on. Okay, I don't need that. Let's delete that. Now delete that edge loop. Okay, good. It's all right. We've done a lot of clicking, but there's method to the madness. Okay, I'll just clear out that whole area. Now I can delete that edge loop because I know I don't need that. This now there's method to the madness. Okay, I'll just clear out that whole area. Now I can delete that edge loop because I know I don't need that. This now becomes that edge loop. Okay, good. It's all right. We've done a lot of clicking, but there's method to the madness. Okay, I'll just clear out that whole area. Now I can delete that edge loop because I know I don't need that. This now becomes 4. I know that's one face, and this becomes 4, and then this becomes 4. Madness. Okay, I'll just clear out that whole area. Now, I can delete that edge loop because I know I don't need that. This now becomes 4. I know that's one face, and this becomes 4, and then this becomes 4. Okay, I did a lot of clicking, so I'm just going to leave this here for a moment. You can take a screenshot or you can pause the video. That's what you would do, just to see what I have done, because I know following modeling videos can be really hard, but this is where everything is right now. Okay, so it's nice and clean. We've now got those nice edges that go all the way around, and it just looks nice. Now, one thing I'm going to fix is you'll notice that we've got this crease going across here, and the reason that crease is there is this is where everything is. Just to see what I have done, because I know following modeling videos can be really hard, but this is where everything is right now. Okay, so it's nice and clean. We've now got those nice edges that go all the way around, and it just looks nice. Now, one thing I'm going to fix is you'll notice that we've got this crease going across here, and the reason that crease is there is that we created this curved effect going up there, but then it just suddenly becomes flat. So really, looking at our reference photo, we can see that it really just where it tapers in, it then just becomes immediately flat. So what that means is that I really don't need this part of the mesh. So all of this right here. So you can delete this by selecting those vertices right there, and then clicking delete the edge loop. However, if you did this, you would see this horrible mess. And the reason for that is that you're also deleting these lines that are going vertically. So instead, switch to edge select, and then just select the horizontal lines, holding down Alt as I click on them. Now I select delete and then edge loops, and now it is correctly deleted them. So now I've got that big space above it, which doesn't look quite right, but it will in a moment. When I drag this up, okay, so it's sort of now in line, and now all I need to do is just pull this out until that is now going up. So I want it to sort of look like one continuous slope, like zoop. So I'm going to pull it out just a little bit further, and that's pretty good, honestly. Cool. And then, just because, I don't know, there's a lot of stretching going on right here, so I'm just going to drag that out. Make sure I select everything behind it. That's a good point. Okay, that's slightly out of alignment. I'll just pull that back. That out. Make sure I select everything behind it. That's a good point. Okay, that's slightly out of alignment. So I'm going to pull it out just a little bit further. And that's pretty good on it. Honestly. Cool. And then, just because, I don't know, there's a lot of stretching going on right here, so I'm just going to drag that out.
out. Make sure I select everything behind it. That's a good point. Okay, that's slightly out of alignment. I'll just pull that back. Don't try to follow every single step that I'm doing here because, you know, we're dealing with like tiny little adjustments here and there. Just have a look at your mesh and try to tell which parts you want to move. So I know that looking at this, like this huge stretch here, you know, I want to try to avoid that if I can. So I'm just trying to move it up so that it's a little bit closer. Right here, and then I'll make another one. Pull it up to there. Okay, cool. And now I could pull this out a little bit. Could pull this one out a little bit. If I double tap G, I can pull that up a little bit. Okay, that looks pretty good. And now I just select this and I'll just pull this out a little bit further. That's pretty good. That's not too bad. You might want to pull that across just slightly so that it's not so creased as it looks right now. I might pull that up. Just very slight movements. You'll notice that it's a lot of flicking back and forth because when you look at things in solid view, which is what this is, you'll see that the way the light hits it and sort of reflects off it, it reveals mistakes or reveals problems that you should fix. But it's pretty good, honestly. This is looking pretty sharp. Cool. All right. I'll just drag this down so that it's just sitting on the origin point, right at the bottom. All right. Well, we are almost at the end of our modeling series. The only thing that we're really missing is these little squares at the top here, right? So that's fairly easy to do, and I'll show you how to do it in just a moment. A brief intermission, because I wanted to ask you guys of a favor. So a lot of people have been emailing me and asking me, what's the next thing? Like, what should I do after following this tutorial? They've been asking for like a course on modeling or whatever it is, and I've always been against it because I thought, you know, it's better to put it up on YouTube so everyone can watch it, but people do want this stuff. So I've been toying with the idea, and if that is something that you're interested in, I would love to hear your feedback by going to the link in the YouTube description to this little survey, which is just asking you, you know, how long have you been using Blender? What are the common problems that you struggle with? I happen to struggle with noise. They are offloading some scaffolding right outside, right as I'm trying to finish the end of this video. You know, what sort of topic would you want for a tutorial? You know, modeling a handgun, modeling a face, whatever it is. So if you could take a minute just to fill that out, that would be hugely helpful. And another way you could help me out is by hitting the like button so other people can find it. But enough panhandling. Let's get back to it. To this. Yes, to our anvil. So we want to make that little indent.
cube there as well as a little circular shape looking next to it, right? Those two. So the cube, well, just so happens it's fairly easy to do. Make sure I put my screen keys tool back on so you can see what I'm hitting, because there is a square shape right there. So if we are to extrude this down like that, make sure it doesn't clip through the bottom, then you can see we've got that shape. Pretty basic, but this is actually more of a challenging shape than you would imagine because we have that softened edge there, which we don't like. How do we fix that? Well, we could do a loop cut like we've done before. We could put a loop cut in here, and that makes that edge there smoother. But you can see that the corners are extremely rounded. So how do we get past the rounded corner? Because you can see from our reference photo, if I can actually hit the shift key, you can see that the edges are pretty sharp. Like that is very clearly a corner there. It's not a softened, smoothed edge there. So if we want it to look accurate, we've got to fix that. So what about a loop cut here? Okay, put a loop cut there. Problem is solved. However, just like what we were trying to avoid, doing that adds a loop cut all the way along our model, and we have a problem. We don't want there to be a sharpened edge on our horn there. So we have to avoid that. Okay, so this becomes a problem because really there's no easy way to really point that edge loop somewhere else in this particular instance without creating a triangle or an n-gon or something like that. So there's not really an easy way to add one in this direction. However, if you were to add one in this direction, you can see that it's doing almost the same thing. If you move this across there, you can see that we've now got a sharpened corner there. It's not as sharp as if you were to have one here as well. Generally, you want to have them on both sides, but you can see it's pretty close, right? And so it really becomes a question of like how much value do you put on this problem? Like, is it worth spending an hour, making one go this way and, figuring out some way to point the edge loop another way, or is this enough? And honestly, I think it is enough. Okay, that looks pretty good to me, and I'm sure you would agree. It's fine. And the method actually that I used for my final model was even lazier than this. I didn't even have that. All I did was I just made this a crease. So I hit Shift E and then I pulled that out like that. And that, makes it look sharp. But looking at reference photos, I actually realized like that's pretty smooth. On like every reference photo I saw, it's fairly smooth there. So we don't actually want that completely sharpened edge there. It has to catch some light. Like you can see it right there. It's reflecting light. And I think that's a pretty important part of the model. So we want to make sure that we at least have that. Cool. Now we do have to add a loop cut at the bottom there as well, like so. And that's good. Now one minor problem with having the loop cuts there, I'm not sure if you can see it in the reference photo, sorry, in the on the screen actually. If you're struggling to see the shading, by the way, here's a little tip. If you go to display, shading, and click on matte cap, there's a number of different types of shading that you can use here. So this is especially helpful when you're sculpting something and the light just isn't hitting it just right. So some matte caps are better than others. So you can see with this one, I'm now able to see that we've got what looks like a crease here and a crease here. So sometimes you use matte caps for certain things. Otherwise, I generally keep it off because, I don't know. I mean, it's actually no problem leaving it on, but yeah. Anyways, so we know that there's a little bit of a crease there, a little bit of a problem. But again, it's not really that big of a problem. So how much do you value that problem? Not much. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to select these vertices here.
I'm going to double tap G and I'm going to slide that along to about there, so that they're just not as close as they were. So you can see that it's not as noticeable when I move it very slightly. Again, it's not really that big of a problem. So how much do you value that problem? Not much. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to select these vertices here. I'm going to double tap G and I'm going to slide that along to about there, so that they're just not as close as they were. So you can see that it's not as noticeable when I move it very slightly. And I'm going to do the same thing right here. Okay, double tap G and I'll slide that back. Okay, again, this isn't ideal. And I'll make it just so it's slightly rounded the way it was before, but we were able to fix that problem. Okay, now some people would look at this and say, oh, that's horrible what you've done. You know, but really, unless you were animating this, like if this was a character, right? If you're modeling a character, like if this was the eyelid of a character that was going to be a hero in a movie, you would spend hours making sure that every single edgelet was perfect. But you know, you've only got a finite amount of time to make anything, and for something like this, you've got to weigh up all the choices, all the potential choices. I don't know what I'm saying, but you get what I mean, right? So in this case, I think this solution, as ghetto as it looks, is actually working pretty fine. Okay, so we're going to use that. So the last final thing we need is a little circle, little tiny circle that appears up there. So yeah, I don't know, we could put it here or there. See, I might actually, okay. Well, first we need to actually just apply the mirror, okay? Because you can see that if we were to make a circle there, we would be making a circle on the other side as well, which is not what we want. So first of all, just before you apply anything, make sure that you duplicate the circle, little tiny circle. You've only got a finite amount of time to make anything, and for something like this, you've got to weigh up all the choices, all the potential choices. I don't know what I'm saying, but you get what I mean, right? So in this case, I think this solution, as ghetto as it looks, is actually working pretty fine. Okay, so we're going to use that. So the last final thing we need is a little circle, little tiny circle that appears up there. So yeah, I don't know, we could put it here or there. See, I might actually, okay. Well, first we need to actually just apply the mirror, okay? Because you can see that if we were to make a circle there, we would be making a circle on the other side as well, which is not what we want. So first of all, just before you apply anything, make sure that you duplicate it and then move it to a a trash layer, just so that you've got a copy of it in case you need to go back. Now I'm going to apply that mirror, and now I go into edit mode, and now you can see I've got both sides of the mesh here to work with. He's having a client meeting. How wonderful. Well, I'll pause this recording until that finishes.
So do you mind if I close the door?
Yeah, we're not too loud, are we? You won't hear through the
Oh, it should be fine if the door's shut. Yeah, no worries. Cheers.
Problem solved. Okay, so once we've applied it, we now have both sides of our mesh to work with. Now, if we were to actually make sure that it's actually on the right side, is there an actual side for it? Okay, it's the left side. So the opposite side of what I was going to do. Yeah, if we were to put one right here and do, you know, just like a hole there like what I did, you can see that we've got that, which we obviously don't want. So there needs to be one edge loop between it, like one row of faces. So I'm just going to add another edge loop right here, another loop cut, it's called. Yes, loop cut is what it's called. Yeah, about there, because what I want is for that to look like a square. Okay, so actually, might move it along a little bit more, like so. Okay, so if you actually look at this, at the shape of this is actually a circle, at least from the reference that I can see. I'm sure someone out there who's been working with a real anvil will say, no, it's technically, it's another shape. It's got slightly rounded corners. I don't know. But either way, it looks like a circle, and it's so small, who cares? So all we're going to do is just extrude it downwards, and then to fix that rounded edge there, I'm just going to add in one loop cut, and look at that. The easiest problem of all to solve. Well, who cares? So all we're going to do is just extrude it downwards, and then to fix that rounded edge there, I'm just going to add in one loop cut, and look at that. The easiest problem of all to solve. And I suppose we could put another loop cut on the inside, even though you're not going to see it. But there, it's got slightly rounded corners. I don't know. But either way, it looks like a circle, and it's so small, who cares? So all we're going to do is just extrude it downwards, and then to fix that rounded edge there, I'm just going to add in one loop cut, and look at that. The easiest problem of all to solve. And I suppose we could put another loop cut on the inside, even though you're not going to see it. But there you go. And that is it. Ta-da! We have finished modeling the great anvil. Give yourselves a pat on the back. Oh, working so hard. I used to hate it when teachers say that to you. It's so demeaning. But anyways, no, seriously. If you followed along with this and you have finished, well then congratulations. It's not the most exciting subject to model, but having done this, you have learned how to do a bunch of stuff. You've learned how to make a really complex shape. Honestly, this rounded, cornered looking edge here, you've got a bit that's cut in the middle, you've got sharp edges, you've got round corners. This goes up at this angle, the bit cuts in, this thing can't have a crease on it. It's actually really quite technical. So if you've made it this far, well done. I'm going to be doing some follow-up videos on doing other things with this model. So the next video I'm going to do is a beginner's guide to UV unwrapping. So we are going to UV unwrap this bad boy so that you can texture paint it. So that is the idea. If you would like to watch that video, go ahead and click on... No, I had it right the first time. Add seams all the way around it, and now check it out, the final unwrap, and there it is. Add seams all the way around it, and now check it out, the final unwrap, and there it is. Beautifully unwrapped mesh. If you've ever played a video game or you've watched an animated movie, then chances are you've already seen something that's been UV unwrapped, because it's required for nearly every textured 3D model. Doesn't matter if it's a character or a house. UV unwrapping is the step you do before you can apply an image texture to a model, because it tells the software the position, rotation, and the scale of the texture on each face of the model. The best way to visualize UV unwrapping is to imagine that your model is made out of paper and you are trying to lay it flat on a surface without tearing it. So in order to do that, what you would have to do is you would have to make cuts in your mesh so that the different parts of the model could unfold without tearing. So as an example, with this cube here, we know that looking from the top, if we were to make 3 cuts along that top lid there, that lid could open. And then if we were to make 2 further cuts, then that whole section could unfold. And then if we were to just do 2 more cuts on the front, then the entire thing would be laid down flat. Now, if you were to have a look at that underneath, that look there, that image, that is the UV image editor. That is what you're looking at when you are seeing an unwrapped mesh. You're looking at it as if it was made of paper and it's laid flat. And in fact, if you were to basically snapshot a texture on top of that so that the texture stuck to the faces and then reassembled it, that is what UV unwrapping is it's putting the texture over those faces that when you see it on the 3D model, that's where the texture appears. And you'll note also, having a look at this, that where there was a seam, where there was a cut, there's a discontinuation of the texture. Whereas where there was no cut, you can see that the texture is continuous. So for this reason, the aim of the game when it comes to UV unwrapping is to generally, you want to lay it flat with the least number of visible cuts possible. So, I mean, there's a few other, there's one exception to it, which I'll mention right at the end of this tutorial, but that is generally the aim 99% of the time. So for this tutorial, I'm going to be UV unwrapping our famous anvil here, which if you haven't got, you can download the file in the YouTube description, and let's get into it. So first of all, let's just try and put an image texture on this anvil. Okay, so first of all, let's give it a materials to start with. And instead of a color for our diffuse channel, I'm going to use image texture. Doesn't matter which image texture you use. I'm just going to be using one off Polygon. I'll put the link in the YouTube description if you want. But it's just, instead of a color for our diffuse channel, I'm going to use 80% of the time. So for this tutorial, I'm going to be UV unwrapping our famous anvil here, which if you haven't got, you can download the file in the YouTube description. And let's get into it. So first of all, let's just try and put an image texture on this anvil. Okay, so first of all, let's give it a materials to start with. And instead of a color for our diffuse channel, I'm going to use image texture. Doesn't matter which image texture you use, I'm just going to be using one off Polygon. I'll put the link in the YouTube description if you want, but it's just this one. It's a white and brown looking patchy thing. It'll allow us to see, how the texture looks on our model, which is all we want. Okay, now we've done that. So how should it look, right? Well, if you had a model that was UV unwrapped, then you would see the texture on the model, but clearly ours is not showing up. And the reason for that, of course, is that it is looking for UV information which currently does not exist. So if we were to split our view here, and actually I can just shrink that because I don't need that anymore, or at least for the moment. If we were to open up the UV image editor right here, if you were to select your entire mesh in edit mode, if you had a mesh which had been UV unwrapped, you would see information here. And by information, I'll show you in a second, but you would see it there. So the fact that we don't see anything, we just see a blank grid, that means that we haven't UV unwrapped our mesh yet, which is, yeah, true. That's why we're doing it as a tutorial. So let me show you the quickest and the easiest, the laziest way to UV unwrap something. And that is to use, first of all, with everything selected, if you were to hit U, which is U for unwrap, out of all these options here, if you were to click Smart UV Project, and then just click OK on these default settings, you would get this. So it's UV unwrap the mesh automatically, and if we were to look at it in texture view mode, like that, then you would see that the texture has been applied to our model. So you might be thinking, well, that's fantastic. Why is there so much more left of this video, right? Why is it so long when clearly it looks perfect? Well, it might look perfect at first, but actually if you were to zoom right in there, you would see some problems. The biggest one is right here, yeah, on the base here. You can see it looks like a glitch in the texture, but really that is because of that step that we just did. When we hit U and we clicked Smart UV Project, we left it up to the computer. We left it up to Blender, I should say, to basically cut up our mesh, which is really what UV unwrapping is, inserting cuts into the mesh and then throwing those pieces of the mesh over here on the right hand side, doing that automatically. And it does an okay job, but you often see problems with it, which is why I generally never use this. I mean, I don't know. If it's something I don't care about, it's going to be in the background, I might use it just because it's so quick to do. But generally, you always get a much better result when you manually unwrap your mesh by hand, which is what I'm going to show you in a second. We are going to disregard all of this, or just ignore it really, because we are going to be doing it the manual way. Okay, so yeah, Imagine that the anvil is made out of paper right now and you have to lay it flat. Where are you going to put the cuts? And more so because you need to have cuts in it, and whenever there is a cut, there's going to be a discontinuation of the texture. So really you want to put the cuts where it makes sense. So you can imagine that, this anvil here, we're going to be putting a texture on it like dirt or grunge, maybe some scratches and some scrapes, right? Well, you know that looking at this, if there was a scrape that was, say, to go across here, it wouldn't make sense for the scrape to go around that 90-degree corner there. Okay, so it actually makes sense to have seams in your texture in certain places, like on that edge there. So that's the easiest thing to start with. Let me just turn off this grease pencil tool here. And actually, I should turn on the screen keys tool. There we go. Okay, so let's start by putting in some cuts. So the way that you do a cut, they're called seams, so I'll just call them seams, is by first of all, you select the edge by holding down Alt and then clicking. Oh, hang on. I'm in the wrong selection mode. So clicking on the edge right there, holding down Alt as you click, that'll select the whole edge loop. Then you hit Control E. This will bring up the edge selection here, and then you want to click Mark Seam. Okay, now when you do that, when you have a look at it in wireframe mode, you can see that it's now red. So that means it's got a seam there. So yeah, we just want to continue this for the rest of the model. So just like I put one there, I know that if there was a scrape, it wouldn't be going around that corner there. So I'm going to put another seam right here, Control E, Mark Seam. All right. And let's just do the exact same thing for the other side. Mark seam, Mark seam. Another really easy place where I know that there would be a seam is along the bottom here. And it's generally the easiest one for whatever model you're doing. Like if you've got a character, you know that you can put a seam around the soles of the shoes, because there's no way you would want to have a texture continue around that angle there, right? And also you're not even going to see it most of the time. The camera's not going to be looking underneath this anvil. So yeah, so we know we can put a seam there as well. So let's just hit Mark Seam there. Okay, now, if we were to UV unwrap this, so before we selected everything, we hit U and then we hit Smart UV Project. When you're doing it this manual way, putting in the seams yourself, instead of Smart UV Project, you want to hit Unwrap. Okay, which looks very different, okay? You can see that we've just got two objects here. Okay, so when you're looking in UV edit mode here, by the way, a few shortcuts to help you out. So middle mouse button will be the, you can move around the view here. Scrolling in and out, that's zoom. And then the same keyboard shortcuts that you're used to over here, such as A to select everything, G to move it around, all that stuff, that also works over here. So A to select everything, deselect. I can select this part of the mesh. Actually, let me just turn this little thing off. Sometimes it's good to have it on, sometimes it's annoying. If I mouse over this selection here, if I hit L, that's going to just select anything which is connected to that island. So these are called separate islands here. So we've got two islands. I know I'm giving you a lot of information right now, but yeah, there's two islands. Now the reason that they are separated is that there is a complete severance. Is that right? Severance? Like if you were to sever someone's head. What I'm saying is that there is a cut that goes all the way around this. So therefore, it's now cut off. Like it was made of paper, it would now be separate to the rest of it. Now to show you an example, if I was to make just one little cut here where that's not a seam, if I was to unwrap this, you would see that they are now joined at just that tiny little place. Okay? So yeah, this will make more sense to you the more experience you get with UV unwrapping. But yeah, just for now, know that there's islands. Okay, so this is how it's looking right now. Now let's add a few more seams. So we know that if we were to try to flatten this, we would need to add a seam along here. And also it makes sense, like you wouldn't want to have a scratch that goes around that corner there, so we can make that a seam as well. And let's do another seam right here. And another one on that side to make it equal. Okay, and let's have a look at that now. You unwrap. Okay, cool. Okay. So really what you're looking for, like when you're looking at this, is you know when you've finished when there is no more distortion in the mesh. So how do I know if there's distortion looking at this? Well, if you've been UV unwrapping for a while, you could probably, so we can make that a seam as well. And let's do another seam right here. And another one on that side to make it equal. Okay, and let's have a look at that now. You unwrap. Okay, cool. Okay. So really what you're looking for, like when you're looking at this, is you know when you've finished when there is no more distortion in the mesh. So how do I know if there's distortion looking at this? Well, if you've been UV unwrapping for a while, you could probably have a look at this assortment mess here and go like, yeah, there's some serious distortion going on. But actually there's a tool in Blender, a little trick. A lot of people don't know it exists, but if you hit N, that brings up this toolbar here. There's one that says stretch in the display. Now when you enable stretch, what it's doing is it's basically applying a heat map over the UV image editor to show you any place where the UVs are in the display. Now when you enable well, if you've been UV unwrapping for a while, you could probably have a look at this assortment mess here and go like, yeah, there's some serious distortion going on. But actually there's a tool in Blender, a little trick. A lot of people don't know it exists, but if you hit N, that brings up this tool. Toolbar here, there's one that says stretch in the display. Now when you enable stretch, what it's doing is it's basically applying a heat map over the UV image editor to show you any place where the UVs are currently stretched. And it's assortment mess here and go like, yeah, there's some serious distortion going on. But actually there's a tool in Blender, a little trick. A lot of people don't know it exists, but if you hit N, that brings up this toolbar here. There's one that says stretch in the display. Now when you enable stretch, what it's doing is it's basically applying a heat map over the UV image editor to show you any place where the UVs are currently stretched, and it is completely interactive as well. And this is really handy. So blue means that it's completely flat, so it's A-OK. Anything other than blue, as you can imagine, green, and then it would eventually go yellow and red if it's severely stretched. Like if I was to drag that out, you can see how the colors change, right? So this is telling us that, yeah, we've got some work to do. So the majority of those colors there are because we've got this horn. So as you can imagine, if this was made of paper, there's no way that you could lay this horn flat without stretching or ripping the paper. So we want to add in some cuts. So for starters, it would make more sense if we were to just sever that entire section of the map so that it can be free. Okay, so there we go. So now it's free to sort of distort itself without changing the rest of our mesh here. That's why it sometimes helps to make a lot of cuts and sever things. So I also know, yeah, these corners here. This is the process that I use when I'm UV unwrapping. I'm just looking at the model and I'm thinking, where should there be a cut? Where does it make sense for there to be a cut? I know it makes sense for there to be one there. So let's UV unwrap that. Okay, cool. So we were now able to sever that part of it. So this part is now free. It's no longer being stretched around. Let's have a look. Actually, we don't need to put another seam across there. We could if we want to. All right, let's... okay, so this area right here, this is definitely going to have some stretchiness on it. And we know that if we were to look at it. If I was to turn on sync, if I select this, you can see that it's that part of the mesh there. So if you don't know what you're looking at, all right, let's, okay, so this area right here, this is definitely going to have some stretchiness on it. And we know that if we were to look at it. If I was to turn on sync, if I select this, you can see that it's that part of the mesh there. So, all right, let's, okay, so this area right here, this is definitely going to have some stretchiness on it. And we know that if we were to look at it. If I was to turn on sync, if I select, all right. But that part of it, so this part is now free. It's no longer being stretched around. Let's have a look. Actually, we don't need to put another seam across there. We could if we want to. All right, let's, okay, so this area right here, this is definitely going to have some stretchiness on it. And we know that if we were to look at it. If I was to turn on sync, if I select this, we know that if we were to look at it. If I was to turn on sync, if I
There it is.
select this, you can see that it's that part of the mesh there. So if you don't know what you're looking at, which one has the heat on it, you can just use that sync selection there and then just click it. Right. So I need to sever this from the rest of it for starters. So I'm just going to put a seam all the way around it. And now if I UV unwrap it, it disappears and it's now appeared over here. Okay, and this one's really easy to do. I mean, this is the inside of that hole. The hole which I learned from all the YouTube comments. If it's an anvil, there's supposed to be a hole that goes straight through the anvil at the bottom. I had a look at reference photos for like a month of different anvils, and I never actually saw a photo from the top. So, yeah, if you want to, that can be your homework. You can put a physical hole in your anvil that goes all the way through. I don't think anyone would ever notice it, so it doesn't matter. So to UV unwrap this is pretty simple. It's the inside of it. Doesn't really matter where you put the cuts. You're not really going to notice them. But just like if it was a cube, I'm just going to put them on those corners there. And now, if I UV unwrap this, simple. It's the inside of it. Doesn't really matter where you put the cuts. You're not really going to notice them. But just like if it was a cube, I'm just going to put them on those corners there. It goes all the way through. I don't think anyone would ever notice it, so it doesn't matter. So to UV unwrap this is pretty simple. It's the inside of it. Doesn't really matter where you put the cuts. You're not really going to notice them. But just like if it was a cube, I'm just going to put them on those corners there. And now, if I UV unwrap this, haha, look at that. It's that easy. Okay, so that is a perfect example of going from stretched to non-stretched. Okay, all right, so this whole area here, which is looking very stretched, that is the horn. Okay, example of going from stretched to non-stretched. Okay, all right, so this whole area here, which is looking very stretched, that is the horn. Okay, so I know that, yeah, we can put another seam here. Basically, wherever there's a 90-degree angle, you can feel free to put a seam in. So actually, this anvil is quite simple, really, because there's a lot of 90-degree cuts and places where you can put another seam here. All right, so this whole area here, which is looking very stretched, that is the horn. Okay, so I know that, yeah, we can put another seam here. Basically, wherever there's a 90-degree angle, you can feel free to put a seam in. So actually, this anvil is quite simple, really, because there's a lot of 90-degree cuts and places where you would typically see a seam in real life anyway. If you're doing a character, it gets interesting with the face, because you know, there's places where you have to put a seam in there. You don't really have a choice. So yeah, so let's put a seam here. Let's just have a look at this. And actually, I'll show you, by the way, because when you're looking at this heat map thing, you're sort of thinking like, okay, why does it even matter if it is stretched? I'll show you. So if we were to have a look at this in textured view mode, you can see that the rest of our model looks really good right now. Let me get a drink. It looks really good, except for the horn. Okay, so that is what happens when you've got stretching going on in your UV layout. You've got blurriness, and that's really undesirable, because really, this floor here is going to represent an image. So an image, let's say it's a 2K image, 2000 by 2000 there. So this horn section here has been reduced to this tiny section of the grid floor, which might only be, I don't know, 200 by 200 pixels, for example. Which means when you're looking at this whole horn here, it's trying to stretch those 200 pixels over that giant section of the horn there. So obviously, it's not looking correct. So the horn, let's get to it. I know that I can put another loop cut around here, because that horn, there's a very harsh cut there. So let's put another cut all the way around. Cool. Hit Control E, mark seam, UV unwrap it. cool. Now all we've got is the actual horn itself, this bit. I guess I have to turn that thing off whenever I want to do that island select thing, but this whole section here. So in order to unwrap that, we need to add a seam this direction, like somewhere in that long direction. Because if it's a cylinder, like imagine if you've got a tin of baked beans, you have to, in order to unpeel the wrapper, you have to choose a place to do a cut in order to unpeel it. So a cylinder needs to have a cut in order to unwrap. So if I put it up here, it would be noticeable because typically the camera is going to be above it. So I'm going to put it somewhere where it's unlikely that the camera would see it. So right down there, I'm going to mark that seam. And now look at this. You unwrap. And look at that. So there's still some stretching going on right at the tip here, but the majority of it is now blue, which is fantastic. So to get rid of that stretchiness at the tip there, all I'm going to do is I'm going to add in a cut. Sorry, not a cut. Yeah, a seam right there. Just like if it was made of paper, hit U, unwrap, and look at that. Is I'm going to add in a cut. Sorry, not a cut. Yeah, a seam right there. Just like if it was made of paper, hit U, unwrap, and look at that. Now, if we have a look at this in the textured view mode, look at that. So you can see we've now got the proper detail that we need to have on the horn. There is a little seam there, but hopefully we won't see it when we position the camera. Hopefully you won't really notice that. There are some cases where you're just going to have a seam, and it might look a little bit ugly. And there's often not really a way around that unless you're using a texture painting software, which I'll mention at the end there. Now there is finally just this little bit up here where there is some stretching going on. So that is because we have got this whole section here, right? And just like the cylinder, you have to add one cut in it. So I'm going to just add a cut right here. Add a seam, and now unwrap. And there it goes. I don't know where it went, but it's all blue. So have a quick look around. Oh, there's a little bit here that will need to be fixed. So let's just see. So I think it is that edge right there. I'm just going to have a look in this select. Yep, it's that edge right there. So I know that if I put a seam there, let's put another seam right here. Whoops, that was a freestyle. What was that? Freestyle edge. Let's do another one on the other side. You could, if you want to, by the way, do a seam all the way up the sides. Sorry, this part, because there's enough of an angle there that you really, I think it would be okay if there was a seam. But let's just see how this looks now. Unwrap. Okay, that is all pretty much blue. I'm just taking a quick look, making sure there's no other colors. Oh,
right there. Okay, so this is just at the top. Some of you probably already spotted it, but we did that step for that part, but not this part. So let's just add seam there, and then, man, getting really minute here. Zoom right in there. Add seams all the way around it, and now check it out, the final unwrap, and there it is. Okay, that is all pretty much blue. I'm just taking a quick look, making sure there's no other colors. Oh, right there. Okay, so this is just at the top. Some of you probably already spotted it, but we did that step for that part, but not this part. So let's just add seam there, and then, because there's enough of an angle there that you really, I think it would be okay if there was a seam, but let's just see how this looks now. Unwrap. That will need to be fixed. So let's just see. So I think it is that edge right there. I'm just going to have a look in this select. Yep, it's that edge right there. So I know that if I put a seam there, let's put another seam right here. Whoops, that was a freestyle. What was that? Freestyle edge. Let's do another one on the other side. You could, if you want to, by the way, do a seam all the way up the sides. Sorry, this part, because there's enough of an angle there that you really, I think it would be okay if there was a seam, but let's just see how this looks now. Unwrap. Okay, that is all pretty much blue. I'm just taking a quick look, making sure there's no other colors. Oh, right there. Okay, so this is just at the top. Some of you probably already spotted it, but we did that step for that part, but not this part. So let's just add seam there, and then, man, getting really minute here. Zoom right in there. Add seams all the way around it, and now check it out, the final unwrap, and there it is. Beautifully unwrapped mesh. And that is it. So if we were to have a look, have a look at this in textured view mode, you would see that the texture is now, it's continuous where it needs to be, where it makes sense. This dirt is all in one continuous direction. These edges here, like I said, you could put a seam along that edge there if you want. In my case, I don't think I actually need it. It doesn't look blurry or stretched to me. You've got a seam up here where that bit goes in there, but that's all right. Yeah, so I mean, some people would call that seam undesirable, but really this is the worst it's ever going to look with this texture map on it right now. When you actually get to the texturing stage, yeah, we'll be able to, like, that seam undesirable. Like I said, you could put a seam along that edge there if you want. In my case, I don't think I actually need it. It doesn't look blurry or stretched to me. You've got a seam up here where that bit goes in there, but that's all right. Yeah, so I mean, some people would call that seam undesirable, but really this is the worst it's ever going to look with this texture map on it right now. When you actually get to the texturing stage, yeah, we'll be able to, like, you should generally, you wouldn't have a black and white texture like this that's so severe like that. But yeah, there is going to be a few places that look a little odd right now, but generally this is looking great. Now, this entire video I've been showing you the method of trying to avoid seams, trying to avoid visible seams, we should say, right? That's been the whole approach that we've been doing. But I mentioned at the start that there was an exception to the rule, and that is if you're using the other workflow. So this workflow works if you are taking a texture that you found online or something seamless, and you're just going to be, adding it like this. Because in this case, yeah, it really does matter where the seams are. The only case where it doesn't matter is if you're actually going to be doing texture painting. Okay, so as an example, I can show it. There we go. Here is the anvil, and what I've done is I've just hit U, Smart UV Project, one click. In this case, yeah, it really does matter where the seams are. The only case where it doesn't matter is if you're actually going to be doing texture painting. Okay, so as an example, I can show it. There we go. Here is the anvil, and what I've done is I've just hit U, Smart UV Project, one click, one button. Like I showed you at the start, it's really lazy, and it's cut it up in a really messy way. It had like a huge seam across the front here. So I want to show you now, if I was to use this with texture painting, I'll show you why it doesn't matter. Because this was in texture paint mode, I can actually paint directly onto the model here, right? I'll just show you this really quickly. And you can see that as I'm painting it directly on the model, it's drawing it on the appropriate UV island. So, for example, you remember that we had this really heinous looking seam going across here? Well, you can see I can paint directly across it. It doesn't matter where I paint because it's going to add it to the correct part of the UV layout, which is really cool. And so that's one positive, is that when you're doing this method and when you're doing texture painting method, you can just hit U and then you save a lot of time because you can just go smart UV project. Who cares? Because I'm just going to be painting on top of it. But the downside is that once you have finished your painting, you can't really change anything other than if you were to manually go in there and fix your painting. Like if I decided at this point that the position of these are wrong, or that if something's like overlapping another one, I'll show you. Like if I overlap some of these, right, as an example, if you've got parts of it that are overlapping, it's horrible for texture painting because you'll notice that I'm now painting in more than one place at the time. Like it's painting down there at the same time as it paints it up there. So you can't have overlapping parts of it. And also, if I didn't like the scale of this smoke here, I couldn't just scale this up because now the rest of my painting doesn't fit with it. So you're really restricted after you have finished painting. Like you're set to that, you're banged to rights. Whereas with the method that I showed you in the tutorial, I could I could scale this and go like, yeah, I want to make this texture really, really small. I could have parts of it that overlap. It doesn't matter. I have full control over it once it's finished. So because this is a seamless texture, I can go like bigger than the UV grid, whenever I want. So those are the comparisons there. I think honestly, still probably 98% of the time, you're going to be using this method because it allows you the most freedom. And also, if you were to use this method of texture painting, like you can't have any procedural or download any textures really, because if you've got a seam in that texture, that like if you're using this as a mask and you were going to use an actual image texture underneath it, you would still be able to see the seams because the image texture isn't painted on there. Hoping this makes sense. That probably didn't make any sense to you, but yeah, just trust me. Probably so for a few usage cases, if you were working on a movie or a video game and it was a hero asset, you would be painting in everything by hand. That's when you would really care. That to you, but finished. So because this is a seamless texture, I can go like bigger than the UV grid, whenever I want. So those are the comparisons there. I think honestly, still probably 98% of the time, you're going to be using this method because it allows you the most freedom. And also, if you were to use this method of texture painting, like you can't have any procedural or download any textures really, because if you've got a seam in that texture, that like if you're using this as a mask and you were going to use an actual image texture underneath it, you would still be able to see the seams because the image texture isn't painted on there. Hoping this makes sense. That probably didn't make any sense to you, but yeah, just trust me. Probably so for a few usage cases, if you were working on a movie or a video game and it was a hero asset, you would be painting in everything by hand. That's when you would really care. That's when you would use this method, but all the other times, you're going to be using this method. And just as an example, this is an asset that was from the Kamen Rider's 2, the open Blender movie. And you can see this is the cart. And you can see that they are using the method that I showed you in the tutorial because all of these UV layouts are overlapping each other, which you obviously couldn't do if there was texture paint involved. In fact, they might actually have 2 UV layouts. I didn't even check that. That's a good point. No, they've only got 1. There you go. But yeah, anyways, so we've spoken about a lot in this tutorial, but I'm hoping that it made some sense to you. Yeah, that is UV unwrapping. If you found it useful, if it makes sense, please give it a thumbs up so that other people can find it, and leave a comment. Let me know what you make with it. Always interested in seeing what people make. Thank you for watching, and subscribe for more tutorials. If you would like to see our next tutorial in this series, we are going to be what are we going to be doing? We're going to be doing some sculpting on our model, adding in some little details to the anvil, and then we're going to be baking normal, so baking the detail into some normal maps. So go ahead and join me in the next video. Bye. And now, watch this. If I just lightly tap right here, I can very easily just create the illusion of a well well-worn edge, like something that's been hit with a hammer or it's scraped against something, and I'm just lightly just tapping it like that. In this tutorial, we are going to be making these chips and scrapes and little nicks and, you know, the stuff that really gives the anvil its character. So this same method could be used for cars, robots, a whole bunch of things. It's adding surface detail, and it's needed for a lot of things that you model. So yeah, this is where we finished at the end of the last video. We had UV unwrapped our beautiful anvil, which is great. Now we're going to do some sculpting. Now for my my more experienced viewers out there might be wondering, why on earth why did we do the UV unwrapping first and now we're going to do sculpting? Surely it should be the other way around. Well, actually, we are going to be sculpting on a separate mesh, and then we're going to be baking that detail in the next video onto the mesh that we have here. So we sculpting, surely it should be the other way around. Well, actually, we are going to be sculpting on a separate mesh, and then we're going to be baking that detail in the next video onto the mesh that we have here. So we've UV unwrapped it for a reason, so that when we do the baking, it's okay. But yeah, in this video, let's do some sculpting, okay? And if that made no sense to you, don't worry. That's just for the people that did understand it. Okay, so we do not need the UV image editor. So I'm going to collapse that, or just make it the properties bar. That's good. And we're going to change this to solid view. And before we do any sculpting at all, I just want to make one little change. To our mesh here, because I noticed that looking at a lot of reference photos that actually this edge here is a little bit too soft. Like if you look at this reference photo, for example, you can see that edge there is pretty tight, and I think it's usually used, like it has to be pretty sharp, because what do they do with it? They like hammer stuff with it, and it has to make it like a 90-degree angle, and if it was smooth it wouldn't quite work as well. Anyways, all that is to say is I'm just going to grab this edge here by holding down Alt and clicking, which is a good reminder. Turn on that screen keys tool, and I'll just deselect those two vertices there so that they don't move. Double tap G, and that's going to slide it up. And then I'm just going to do the exact same thing here. Double tap G.
G.
Good. This one here as well. Deselect that one and that one. Double tap G. Didn't quite work as well. That edge there is pretty tight, and I think it's usually used, like it has to be pretty sharp because what do they do with it? They like hammer stuff with it, and it has to make it like a 90-degree angle, and if it was smooth it wouldn't quite work as well. Anyways, all that is to say is I'm just going to grab this edge here by holding down Alt and clicking, which is a good reminder. Turn on that screen keys tool. And I'll just deselect those two vertices there so that they don't move. Double tap G, and that's going to slide it up. And then I'm just going to do the exact same thing here. Double tap G. Good. This one here as well. Deselect that one and that one. Double tap G. And look at that. We have a nice tight edge and it looks extra sharp. Just one thing though. Make sure that, because that's part of the edge that's part of that circle, so we don't want that to move. But that's good. Okay, that looks extra sharp and good. So, I mentioned something about baking. So we're going to do it in the next video, but it's important at this stage that you take a copy of this mesh and move it to a new layer. So we're going to hit Shift D, then hit Escape, and then I'm going to hit M to move it, and I'm just going to move it to the second layer. Okay, so layer 1 and layer 2. You'll have the exact same mesh. So on layer 1, this is the only one we're going to work on. Extra sharp and good. So, I mentioned something about baking. So we're going to do it in the next video, but it's important at this stage that you take a copy of this mesh and move it to a new layer. So we're going to hit Shift D, then hit Escape, and then I'm going to hit M to move it, and I'm just going to move it to the second layer. Okay, so layer 1 and layer 2, you'll have the exact same mesh. So on layer 1, this is the only one we're going to work on for this tutorial, but we're going to do all the sculpting and we're going to do it all messy, and we won't care that we're ruining the UV map that we did in the last tutorial, that we're making a mess of everything, because we're just going to bake it in the next video. And if baking doesn't make any sense, don't worry, it will when we get there. Okay, so we're going to do some sculpting. Now, if we were to just jump and do some sculpting like right now, what you would find is that there's not a lot of detail here, right? And that's because it's working off of this detail that we have here, and it's not a lot of detail. So what we want to do instead is apply our subsurf modifier. And now, once it is applied, now when you draw, you can see that you have more detail to work with. Now, one thing before we get into any of the details, you'll notice that, actually, have I? Oh no, that's fine. You'll notice that if you look at the reference photos that, like on this one here, you can see that, by the way, these reference photos, if you want them, link to that is in the YouTube description. But it's got like what appears to be like hammering all over it. So it's just like wobbly, bent. It's just a bent piece of metal, right? Like that's the anvil's job, is to just get hit with hammers all day long. So it's just got marks all over it. So you could do that with the sculpt brush, you know, dunk, 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 dunk. But that's quite tedious, and as artists, we want to be lazy. That's the way to it, because that's when you actually do time-saving things. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to add a displacement modifier right here, which will make it look inflated. That with the sculpt brush, you know, dunk, 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 dunk. But that's quite tedious, and as artists, we want to be lazy. That's the way to it, because that's when you actually do time-saving things. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to add a displacement modifier right here, which will make it look inflated. But we're going to give it a new texture, which will make it look deflated, and then go to the text. As artists, we want to be lazy. That's the way to it, because that's when you actually do time-saving things. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to add a displacement modifier right here, which will make it look inflated. But we're going to give it a new texture, which will make it look deflated, and then go to the texture panel here, change it to displacement texture. Change it from image to clouds. And now you can see what we're aiming for. The strength is way too high by default, so I'm going to drag that down to a really low. Value. As artists, we want to be lazy. That's the way to it, because that's when you actually do time-saving things. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to add a displacement modifier right here, which will make it look inflated. But we're going to give it a new texture, which will make it look deflated, and then go to the texture panel here, change it to displacement texture, change it from image to clouds, and now you can see what we're aiming for. The strength is way too high by default. So I'm going to drag that down to a really low. Value, and I actually think something around 0.015 is gonna do the job. So it's just a light battering all the way over, not too much, because you don't want there to just be detail uniformly across everything. That's really what the sculpting thing is going to be for. But this is just, you know, a light battering. So I'm going to hit apply on that, which means that it's now actually going to be part of our wireframe. They'll be very slightly bent around. Okay, cool. So sculpting. Let's do some sculpting. Now that we've got all this ready, if I just start drawing here, you will see that I am drawing and sculpting into our mesh. So sculpting, right? All the options are in the toolbar, which you enable and you access by hitting T on your keyboard. Now, the first thing to note is that as you draw here, you'll notice that it's drawing it in two places. It's sculpting here, but it's also sculpting there. Why is that? It's almost like it's got a mirror modifier applied. Well, it's not the mirror modifier, but it is underneath here when you're sculpting. By default, it's got the option mirror X turned on in symmetry, which wouldn't be a bad thing if, you know, every single asset you worked on was on the correct axes, but it's often not, and sometimes you don't want things mirrored. So I personally think it shouldn't be on by default. It should be off. In our case, though, what we do actually want, we do want it mirrored, but we don't want it left to right like that. We want it across the Y axis. So I'm going to click Y, and now when I draw over here, you can see it's drawing it over there. So this is obviously the way it's supposed to go because, yeah, even though, you know, technically you shouldn't, like if there's a dent on this side, there's not necessarily going to be a dent on the exact same spot on the other side. But it will be so unnoticeable from the point of view of the camera that, and it'll save you so much time, you won't have to do double the work over here, that it's definitely worth doing. So that's why we're going to do it. Okay, so as you draw, as you sculpt, you know, I'm just clicking as I do this, you'll see that it's actually physically changing the geometry. So that's what the sculpt tool will do, which, you know, might sound like, oh, you know, why is that such a big deal? Well, you often work so much with modifiers and things that it's rare to see the geometry actually moving around, but it is. But what that means is that it's actually going to base it off of what you've got in the wireframe here. So that means that if I was to draw right here, for example, you can see that it's quite blocky. And the reason for that is that there isn't a lot of detail here. Whereas if I was to draw right here, there's still not a fantastic amount of detail. But there is more there because we've got more detail along that edge. So that's actually quite annoying. If you are a sculpting person, if you're a sculpting artist, actually I can move that out of the way now, you don't want to have to think about the detail. Like as you're sculpting wherever, you want to be able to put, you know, some detail here, detail here, detail up here, and you don't want to have to think about, you know, is there enough underlying detail underneath it? So there is an awesome tool in the sculpting tool, this toolbar right here. Right here, there's one called DynTopo, which stands for Dynamic Topology. And what it does is if you enable it, it'll give you a scary warning, and that's because we've got UV unwrapping information part of the mesh, but doesn't matter. Which, if you enable this, it will destroy that information. Doesn't matter because we've got it on layer 2. Ours is fine. But when you use Dynamic Topo, what it will do is it will dynamically retopologize the mesh as you draw. What does that mean? Well, instead of it actually using this wireframe information here, you can see that on the area that I drew there, it's hard to tell because it's almost the same level of detail as that, but it's actually adding in detail. And what that means, and it's based off of where you are, like how close you are to the mesh. So if I was to zoom in further, like right here, and if I was to, oh, did I lose it? I did. If I was to draw it again, you can see that I'm able to get extra detail on that little point right there. So it's really a really powerful feature. They have the same thing in ZBrush. It's great when you're just trying to work out the shape of something. You don't want to have to worry about the topology or any of that stuff. You just want to just put stuff in there, knock holes in it, add detail where it is that you're sculpting. So it's like you're working with a piece of clay, because somebody working with a piece of clay, they don't have to worry about, is there enough detail in this clay? It's clay. So that's what this essentially does. So it's great for that. Now, the lower that you set this value here to, the more detail you get, because it's based off of, you know, how close you are to the objects. So it's the number of pixels on your screen that is required before it uses another level of detail. I think that's the best way to think of it. So instead of 12, I'm going to set this to 2. And now, when I draw here, you will see that I'm getting a much finer level of detail, right? If you go into edit mode, look at that. So that's why this is so powerful. You don't have to worry about the detail anymore. It's just doing it all automatically, and it's just crazy. You won't have to keep checking the box, by the way. It's just because I keep hitting undo, so it undoes that as well. Oh, and click smooth shading as well, so you don't have to see the ugly wireframe underneath it. Okay, so we talked about symmetry. We talked about dynamic topology. That's good. The brush. The main brush. So that is the most important thing, I guess, as you're sculpting something. The default one is this one called Sculpt Draw, which sort of like if you're drawing something with a paintbrush, it'll draw it and raise it to that level. If you'll see that there's an add and then there's a subtract button there. If you hold down Control, and this works for any of the brushes, if you hold down Control and then draw, it will do the opposite of whatever this is set to. So it's set to add, so holding down Control makes it subtract. And if I set it to subtract and then hold down Control, it will add. Hopefully that makes perfect sense. So basically, as you're sculpting, it's very common to, click, click, control, click, control, control, click, 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 and to switch between the two very, very often. So I'll be doing that as I work. Yeah, I know there's a lot of talking and you're thinking, come on, get on with it. But I'm just trying to explain it because this is, for a lot of people, the sculpting introduction. Anyways, the one brush that I'm going to use a lot in this video is the flatten brush. And the reason it's so cool and the reason we're going to use it is because it's good for like right on this edge here. If I just click and go like that, you'll see the effect that it's having. It's almost like it's been hit with something because it's flattening out that corner. Really, really powerful. So what I want you to do is to just work your way along the anvil and just add a few places where it has been hit. Now, the reason I say a few is that it's very tempting when you look at this to go like, oh, sweet. This looks really cool. I'll do heaps of these, right? And just like do this all the way along. The problem is that if you do it too much, like let me show you what I mean, right? If you just do the same chip, like all the way along repeatedly, after a while, it doesn't have any meaning anymore. So I got this tip from a ZBrush talk that I'll actually put the link in the description if you want to watch it. It was by the guys at Blizzard who made Overwatch, and they were talking about their character design and how they have areas of quiet and then areas of detail. So the areas where there's not much, like a quiet area, is an area for your eyes to rest on, and then the areas of detail is something for your eyes to focus on. But you don't want to just have detail everywhere because it's too much for the eye to take in. It doesn't know how to read the character very well, and that applies to everything, not just characters. It applies to assets, it applies to composition, architecture, a whole bunch of things. So I want you to just very sparingly find a few places to put and do them at different sizes as well. So do little ones, do little chips. This shortcut key that I'm using here, by the way, is F, which is changing the radius, the size of it. So you just hit F and then drag it bigger or smaller depending on what you want. Or you can change it up there as well. Now at this stage, I should also talk about tablets. Dun dun dun, tablets. I know some of you watching, you've only got a mouse, and you're like, no, don't make me have to buy something else. You don't need a tablet for this tutorial. You can get by just fine just by clicking. The only reason I want to bring up a tablet is that they are so, so useful, and they will rapidly speed up the amount of time, speed up the time that you have to spend sculpting, and it'll allow you, excuse me while I throw my tea bag away, to get better results. Because, for example, here, if I wanted there to be a different sized chip, I would have to click many, many times. I would have to turn down the strength, like if I want there to be a subtle one, and just click a lot, right? However, if I'm using a tablet, see that little button next to it? That enables the tablet pressure, which means the more that I the harder that I click on it, you can see with more force there, it's giving it more and more strength. So I can very quickly, without having to click multiple times and set that value really low, I can decide right here, like I want a really big one, and then I want just a really light one, a really small one, and then a really deep one, and I can do all that just by pressing, and it's so natural because it's everybody's used to drawing with a pencil, and the harder you push something, so it's not essential. And if you're just getting started in Blender, I would recommend not buying a tablet until you are sure that, for one, you're even going to continue with Blender, because you don't want to be one of those people that just rushes. Like, I knew a friend in high school. I won't call him by name, he might be watching, but he decided he was really into mountain biking, and he went out and bought a really good mountain bike, helmet, pads, convinced his whole family to buy all these mountain bikes, and then within about a month he'd given it up, and then they just sat in the garage, I'm assuming gathering dust. So you don't want to be like that with your hobbies. Make sure that before you go out and buy a tablet that you actually do want one. Yeah, this one, by the way, this is a Wacom Intuos. If you're curious what mine is, it's just a tablet. The link for this specific one is in the YouTube description, but really any tablet will really do the trick. Christmas, it's September now. Christmas is a few months away. Maybe you could put it on your list. Maybe someone will buy it for you. There are worse Christmas presents. There are a lot worse Christmas presents. I'm actually thinking this year be the first year. I'm thinking of just telling everybody, don't buy me any gifts, like for my family, because I was thinking about like the economics of present giving, right? Like when I was a little kid, I remember my granddad, he was like, nah, I don't want to buy anybody any presents. And so we call him the Scrooge, like Scrooge, ruining Christmas, But now as I'm an adult, I'm like, wait a minute. It makes so much more sense for you to buy your own gifts than for someone to buy it. Because like they did this study where they had a bunch of school kids, and they went out and they randomly gave each of the school kids a treat. Like, it was an American study, so they had like Mars bars, Baby Ruth, Fig Newtons, Nerds, a whole bunch of different lollies, and then at the end of it they got the kids to rate how satisfied they were with the thing that they were given, and on average the average rating out of 10 for a lolly that they were given for free was 5, and the reason for that is that some kids didn't like Mars bars. Some kids, Mars bars were their favorite thing ever. Some kids really hate sour things, and so they got a sour lolly. And so they had lower ratings. And then they gave the kids the opportunity to swap their candy with another one. And they had like 60 seconds to do it. And then the average rating went up to like a 9, which is crazy. And it's simulating the economics of gift giving. Which I thought was fascinating, because I'm like, yeah, you know what? Like, if I was to go and buy my wife a gift, I know her better than anyone else does, and yet, chances are, if I was to spend $50 on her, I would not buy the same thing that she would have bought for herself if she had $50 to spend for herself. So it's like, it's a waste on the economy. I don't know. Let me know in the comments what you think of gift giving. I don't know, I'm very curious. Like, I think it's one of those traditions which we should just leave to die. Like, it's obviously the incentive is put there to do it by people that are making money at Christmas time. It's every company. And of course, every Christmas, no one's gonna talk about the effects of gift giving. And anyways, just gonna get off my little soapbox here. Just killing some time whilst I do this sculpting. Okay, so I didn't abide by my own rule there, and I overdid this area here. So here's another little keyboard shortcut. If you hold down Shift, and then as you draw it, that is going to smooth it out. So it's the exact same thing as if you were to select Smooth there. It's just a short key for it. So it's holding down Shift as you draw, and it will do that. It's a good idea not to smooth everything though. They say that's a common mistake for beginners, is that they try and like smooth out their mistakes, and then you end up with just like a really smoothed out looking thing, and it doesn't look right. So you don't want to do that. So use smooth sparingly. Okay, so I've got a few little chips, and now I'm just going to choose a few of them just to make really big, bold areas. Another one right here. Okay, and that is pretty good. Okay, so you can see like with some, by doing it sparingly, you give more emphasis to the dents. And using like varied amounts, like small ones and then big ones, yeah, it gives more character to it, and yeah, it doesn't have like a uniform look to it. That's the whole point of sculpting, is it gives it an organic, hand drawn sort of feel, or like not hand drawn, but like hand drawn attention. I don't know, because like there's so many things in CG that are like generated, procedural textures and things like that, and we use that because it's so much work doing everything by hand. But sculpting is the one area where you can really give it that look as though it's yeah, it's not done by a computer, like it's actually hand sculpted. So that's why we're doing it. Okay, now you can see, by the way, at this point right here, like where the areas come together, you can see that looks really obvious because that is mirrored, right? So instead of that, what I will do is I'll just turn off, whoops, not dynamic, the symmetry, just turn it off whilst I'm working on this area, so that I can just draw on one side and not the other, and it'll look better than if I hadn't done that. Okay, I'm going to do fast. I'm going to do a sped up thing now while I just finish this same thing for the rest of the mesh here. Oh, one other thing to mention before I jump to that is matte cap. So like right down here, you can see I'm about to start sculpting, and it's very hard to see the detail because of the way that the mesh is shaded. So if you go up to shading here by hitting N, that's in the N for properties, then click matte cap, this enables you to change how it looks in the viewport. So it's not a matte cap. So like right down here, you can see I'm about to start sculpting, and it's very hard to see the detail because of the way that the mesh is shaded. So if you go up to shading here by hitting N, that's in the N for properties, then click matte cap, this enables you to change how it looks in the viewport. So it's not adjusting the material. It's not changing anything to do with how it's going to look when it's rendered. This is purely just so that you can visualize it on your screen better. So really, you just pick one which makes sense. Like I generally work with this pink one because it looks has quite nice shading on it. But yeah, it's really just pick whichever one you need in order to get the job done. All right, fast time. Okay, so I've done those little hits pretty well all over it, except for this back edge here, but I can do that later. You'll notice that I haven't done it on these underside ridges here. Those are perfectly clean, and the reason for that is that it wouldn't make sense for there to be hammering on the underside of the anvil, unless the anvil was flipped for some strange reason. So make sure that and this goes for texturing, modeling, anything you do, it has to make physical sense first. Like it has to fit a purpose. So think of somebody using this. Where would they actually hit it? Don't just start battering it just all over like we did with the displacement at the start. But you know what I mean. Like, just think about it carefully. Otherwise, you will end up with a very boring looking asset with just uniform damage all over it. Excuse me. So, what I'm going to show you now is just adding some detail to this horn here. Because you'll notice if you use the flatten brush, like, it doesn't really work that well. And also, you get this sort of ribbed look here. So if I change it back to the sculpt draw, and if I hold down control, this is where you're actually going to start using the control. If I do a few hits here, I can start to basically give it the look as though it's been hit with a hammer. However, I keep getting this ribbed look there. And I don't know the exact reason that it does this, but I think it's because it is a curved cylinder. It's that when you actually do the hit right there, it has to retopologize it, and somehow, because it's a round cylinder, you see those edges there. So what I just do is I just hold down shift and I just paint over them, and that's going to smooth them out there. I'm sure somebody could explain to me why this specific shape, it has problems retopologizing, but yeah. So even though I've got that Dynatopo smooth shading thing turned on, it was still a problem. So anyways, hey, why is that? Was Dynamic Topo not turned on before? That's weird. Okay, no, it is there. Okay, for some reason Dynamic Topo just turned off, and I wasn't sure if I had it turned off for the whole thing. I'm sure I would have noticed. But anyways, I'll just smooth this out. Just continue smoothing it out. And it's like once the detail is in there and once it's been smoothed out, then it's okay. So then you can switch back to the sculpt draw, Dynamic Topo, and now I can do those little hammer hits, and there's not really a problem there. That part is new, so I have to do that. But yeah, so just do a few hits along here. You might want to turn off the symmetry where it gets closer to the seam so that it doesn't look too repeated, you know what I mean? Smooth it out a bit, and you're just making it look like it's been hammered. Look at that. So authentic. Alright, cool. What else can I talk about? I already talked about presents. Oh, hey, speaking of presents, I don't know if it could be classed as a present, but yeah, I'm going to be a dad. How about that? I just posted it on Instagram yesterday. But yeah, my wife's pregnant, having a baby girl in February. So yeah, look forward to less tutorials from me in February. But yeah, that's on the way. So that's something. Cool. Hey, now it's starting to look good, I think. Good. Alright, so what I'll do now is I'm going to turn off Dynamic Topo, and I'm just going to add a few extra hits to the side here. So holding down control, and I'm just bashing it in. Now the reason I'm turning it off is that if you have Dynamic Topo turned on, and then I was to paint it near these edges here, you'll get like distortion, because it will try to retopo this high detailed area, which I don't want. So because I'm doing this after I've already done some sculpting with the Dynamic Topo, I am just making sure that I'm not losing that detail. So I'm turning off Dynamic Topo. Alright, cool. Holding down control, just do a few hits along here. Again, not uniform all the way over, but oh gosh, sorry. Alright, a couple of hits here. Oh, I gotta turn on symmetry again, I guess. That's annoying when you forget that you've had it turned off for a while, and then the other side doesn't have any of that detail that you did. But alright, it's not too bad. This is the lazy part anyway, where you just hit it a few times. Cool. Now the other thing that I will do is I will use the tool which is called the pinch tool, and I will just go along these edges here, and I'll just sharpen out those edges. Let me just center this. There we go, so it's easier to rotate around it. Okay. Why is that not working? Oh, I'm magnifying it by holding down control. Okay, don't hold down control while you're doing the pinch thing, because it will flip it and it'll be magnified, which will not look right. But you can see the look that I'm doing there. So I'm just giving a sharpened edge to those areas there. Now in the next step, we're going to be adding in some texture detail so that these don't look stylized. But yeah, let's do another time lapse while I finish off and complete this detail bit. Okay, so I've pretty well finished the main part, the main hits, where it's been hit with a hammer. Now what I'm going to do is add in some slight detail inside these crevices. And the reason for that is that if you have a look at the reference photos, you can see that wherever there's been a hit or a chip, that the surface underneath is very porous. It's this jaggedy bit. It's not totally smoothed like ours is. So ours right now is sort of looking like this would sort of suit an Overwatch character, you know, like a stylized sort of look. But I want to go for photorealism, okay? So I am going to be adding in some detail. So here's how to add some text. Like you could, you know, go in here and like just very carefully dot, but I mean that's going to be a nightmare and it's never going to look very good. But if you were to go to the properties, go to the texture panel over here, what I'm going to do is with the sculpt brush enabled, I'm going to go underneath texture, I'm going to click new, and then over here I'm going to select that new texture that I've created, and then I'm going to select clouds. So here what I can do is if I click on ramp, I can change, like if it's not like that, like basically as I'm drawing, like it'll do the clouds, but it's sort of like a uniform, just it's not very good. And also, by the way, it's tiling. So the first thing you want to do is get rid of that tiling effect. So I'm going to change this, instead of it being to view plane, which is the brush mapping default, I'm going to change it to random, which means I believe it's going to choose a random part of the texture every time it's used across the surface, so it doesn't have that awful, what I had going on just there for a second. The other thing I want to do is, enable ramp, and now I can choose, so now the areas that it actually paints with is a lot more noticeable. It's not that, also by the way, it's tiling. So the first thing you want to do is get rid of that tiling effect. So I'm going to change this, instead of it being to view plane, which is the brush mapping default, I'm going to change it to random, which means I believe it's going to choose a random part of the texture every time it's used across the surface, so it doesn't have that awful, what I had going on just there for a second. The other thing I want to do is, enable ramp, and now I can choose so now the areas that it actually paints with is a lot more noticeable. It's not that grayish thing. It's giving like severe parts that are down and then severe parts which are popping out. So yeah, and you can see that this is set to add right now. So as I draw, it's adding to it. If I hold down control, it's going to be subtracting to it. And the subtract is really what's going to give it a lot of the shape that we want. So with this done, what I'm going to do is in here, and you'll remember with the dynamic topo that the closer you get to it, the more detail it's going to add to that area. If I'm to draw right here, you can see I can very quickly just add in some detail. Now, this cloud level here, you can see that at this level, like if you zoom out to here, that detail is too fine. We don't want the detail to be that fine, so I'm going to undo it. And what I'm going to do, there's a couple of ways you could change the scale of it. One of them would just be to use a smaller brush or a larger brush, right? Because that's the actual texture. You can see the texture underneath it. But I don't want to have to use a gigantic brush because then I would have to be all the way back here to use, no, all the way in to use it. Instead, what I want to do is change the size of it right here. So I'm just going to turn that way up to about 1, right? Because that's the actual, and what I'm going to do, there's a couple of ways you could change the scale of it. One of them would just be to use a smaller brush or a larger brush, right? Because that's the actual texture. You can see the texture underneath it. But I don't want to have to use a gigantic brush because then I would have to be all the way back here to use, no, all the way in to use it. Instead, what I want to do is change the size of it right here. So I'm just going to turn that way up to about 1. And now when I draw with it, you can see that it's a lot chunkier, right? I could go down a size if I want it to be a little bit finer. Now you can sort of see how that's going to look. Okay, so that looks pretty good. So I am going to continue this all the way around. So I'm subtracting and I'm adding as I draw. So I'll add a little bit and I'll subtract a little bit. And just try and make it look like my reference photo right in here. Again, these reference photos, if you want them, YouTube description, there's a little zip file for you there. But anyways, time-lapse time. Let's finish it. Okay, so at this point of the sculpt, I've noticed that I've sort of run out of detail on some of these areas. So I am going to drop the dynamic topo one more level down to 1 pixels, which is going to give me double the amount of detail where I put the brush, right? So yeah, again, don't go overboard because otherwise it will look funny when you zoom out. Actually, that does kind of look a little bit funny. So maybe I'll just turn up this size a little bit. But yeah, I do want there to be some detail, but just not too much detail. So it's just getting that blend. So zooming out, zoom in, just make sure that it looks right. And there we go. We have finished our sculpt. We've added in some tiny amounts of noise / looking detail in the crevices or whatever. A few don't have it. Some does, some didn't. If I was making this for a game, I might spend a little bit extra time really going in there, but this is like the 6th time I've done this today, and it looks pretty good, honestly. So that's just gonna do it for us, guys. So if you enjoyed the video, give it a thumbs up. In the next video, we are gonna be taking that detail and then baking it onto this so that we get the detail from our high poly mesh, but the joy of a low poly mesh. So that's what we're going to do in the next video. So if you want to watch that, click it right there, and I will see you there. Thanks for watching. Bye.
This is a normal map, and when you apply it to a mesh, it creates the illusion of height information without costing you anything in render times. Now, normal maps are frequently found on material websites like Polygon, as it allows you to create more realistic looking materials. But you can also create your own normal map by taking a high-res mesh, placing it on top of a low-res mesh, then baking the detail from one to the other. This method is used extensively in video games, and in fact, if you go looking for it, you'll find that almost every single model in a AAA game has a normal map baked onto it, because it's free detail. It costs nothing in performance, but it adds significant detail and realism. And while it's often associated with video games, it's not exclusive. You'll find baked normals across most objects in movies as well, as it adds surface level detail without costing anything in render times. It's a really useful trick. I think you'll find a lot of use for it. So let's get to it. Okay, so on layer 1, we have our high polyed anvil with sculpting details and everything. And then on layer 2, I have this lower poly anvil, very simplified mesh. If you want to download this blend file, you can. It's in the YouTube description. Or if you've been following on from the last tutorials, then you should have something like this as well. Now, first thing, before you start baking anything, is you want to make sure that both the high poly and the low poly mesh are sharing the same position. Like they're overlapping each other. And you can see that ours sort of is, but it's not quite there. So what I'm going to do is just select both meshes, and then I'm going to hit Alt-G. And Alt-G just moves the selected object to the exact center of the grid floor there. And because the origin point is the same, it's made them perfectly line up, and now you can see that they are exactly overlapped. Okay, cool. The other thing I want you to note is that we are in cycles render mode. There's a slightly different workflow if you're using the old internal renderer, so that's why I'm telling you right now. Make sure you are in cycles render mode. Okay, now the next thing you need to do is you need to create an image file, because we are creating a normal map, and because there's not, we're creating it out of thin air, we have to first of all create that image. So I'm going to split this view here, and I'm going to go to the UV image editor. Okay, so this is where it normally displays your render, which is why it says render result there. But if we click image and then hit new, this little pop-up here appears. So first we'll give it a name, normal. And then for the width and the height, that's quite important, because if it's too small of an image file, like dimension-wise, you're going to see like blurriness in your actual final looking normal map. So you want to make sure that it is big enough. 1 is a little bit too small. 2K is better. K, by the way, is like 1,000. So yeah, if this was 2,000, that would be okay. But it's actually better if it is 4K in this particular case. So instead of actually just clicking this and typing in 4,000, you want to actually keep the numbers to the power of 2, I believe that is. So the easiest way to do this is if it's 1024, if you just type in times or star 4, it's now done that multiplication for you in the field, which is a cool little trick a lot of people don't realize you can do. Like you can do like divided by 3 or whatever. Oh, and the other thing you can do is if you just hit Control-C over one value and then Control-V, then it pastes it. There you go, little trick. Okay, so you hit OK, and look at that. We have a completely black looking square, which is fine. Now, the bake settings is exactly where my head is, so I'm going to move my face out of the way because it's less important than this. So the baking information. That's here in the render view, render panel. Right at the bottom, you'll see one that says bake right here. So the bake type by default is set to combined. We want to change it to normal. Now you can leave all of these settings as its default, but because we are baking from one object onto another, what we want to do is select selected to active. And then once you've done that, you want to make sure that you first of all select your high poly mesh first. So first is the high poly mesh, and I know that it's that because I can see all the sculpting detail there, and then select your low poly mesh afterwards. So selected to active is it's everything which is selected, it's going to bake it to the active object. The active is the last one which is selected because it is that lighter orange color, whereas the previous selected objects are orange. So there you go. A little bit, I don't know, got to work your head around it, but there you go. So now that we've done that, if we were to hit bake, you would see that it says no active image found. You might think, well, why? We've already created this one here. Well, it's actually looking for it in the material settings of that object. So if we were to split this view right here, and then change this to be the node editor, and then here, so again, this is with the selected object, which is the low poly object. There's no material, so I'm just going to hit new. And then here, it's just created a diffuse shader, whatever, doesn't matter. What we want to do is add in an image texture node. So texture, image texture. So that was Shift A I used to bring this thing up. So Shift A. And then just click, drop that in here. And then from this drop down, we're just going to select the name of our image. That in here. And then do is, which is the low, and change this to be, we've already created, got to work a lighter orange color, whereas the previous selected objects are orange. So there you go. A little bit, I don't know, got to work your head around it, but there you go. So lighter orange color, whereas the previous selected objects are orange. So there you go. A little bit, I don't know, got to work your head around it, but there you go. So now that we've done that, if we were to hit bake, you would see that it says no active image found. You might think, well, why? We've already created this one here. Well, it's actually looking for it in the material settings of that object. So if we were to split this view right here, and then change this to be the node editor, and then here, so again, this is with the selected object, which is the low poly object. There's no material, so I'm just going to hit new. And then here, it's just created a diffuse shader, whatever, doesn't matter. What we want to do is add in an image texture node. So texture, image texture. So that was Shift A I used to bring this thing up. So Shift A. And then just click, drop that in here. And then from this drop down, we're just going to select an image texture node. So texture, image texture. So that was Shift A I used to bring this thing up. So Shift A. And then just click, drop that in here. And then from this drop down, we're just going to select the name of our image that we created. So I'm just going to click normal. Now, because this image texture node created, so I'm just going, and then use shader, the object, looking for it in the material settings of that object. So if we were to split this view right here, and then change this to be the node editor, and then here, so again, this is with the selected object, which is the low poly object. There's no material, so I'm just going to hit new. And then here, it's just created a diffuse shader, whatever, doesn't matter. What we want to do is add in an image texture node. So texture, image texture. So that was Shift A I used to bring this thing up. So whatever, doesn't matter. New. And then here, it's just created a diffuse shader, whatever, doesn't matter. What we want to do is add in an image texture node. So texture, image texture. So that was Shift A I used to bring this thing up. So Shift A. And then just click, drop that in here. And then from this drop down, we're just going to select the name of our image that we created. So I'm just going to click normal. Now, because this image texture node is selected, now when we hit normal, it's going to start finally baking. So it's a little a roundabout way of getting there, and it's a little bit fiddly, and you wouldn't be alone if you thought like, wow, that's a little bit of a weird workflow. But I believe the reason it's doing it looks for the selected node in the material is that it is this baking setting allows you to bake every single object in a scene at the same time. So if you wanted to do that at the same time for every object, you would need to make sure that the material, there's a node in it selected. So that's that workflow. Anyways, it'll take you about 30 seconds. And 100%. There we go. Okay, so this is the image that it has baked. Now, if you're not used to, normal maps, you're probably thinking like, is that right? Looks pretty weird to me, but maybe it's right. Well, no, it's half right. Okay, so this purple, pink, bluey sort of color, that's really good. So it's got some of it right, but it's got this mustard green values for everything else. So if you see like this mustard green, that's basically incorrect. It means that something hasn't baked properly. I believe it means it's baking the opposite side of a face that it should be. But anyway, the reason that it has done that is that down here, underneath selected active, you've got a ray distance value. And that is the distance that the mesh face that it should be. But anyway, the reason that it has done that is that down here, underneath selected active, you've got a ray distance value. And that is the distance that the mesh is going to be shooting the rays out from the face to find the high poly mesh. So it found some of the information okay, like on the inside there, but the stuff that is pointing outside the mesh, it hasn't found it at all. So you just need to increase the value to be anything that isn't 0. So let's try 0.1, and let's bake that, and let's see what we get. And 100%. There we go. Okay, so this is what we've got. And this is almost there. It's like totally purple and blue and pink, which is great. And then right up here, we've got a little green area. So something's not right as well. And the reason for that is that that area right there, that portion of the mesh, if we were to go into edit mode and have a look, we would see that it's this little circle right here. So this ray distance, what it's actually doing is it's shooting the rays outside the mesh, which is great, but it's also happened to shoot it in this little area, and it's actually hitting the walls on the other side. So basically, this value is slightly too high. So let's try half of that value, which would be 0.05. And now when we bake it, we can see that it looks fine. So that green area's gone away, and you can see the rest of it looks fantastic. So congratulations, you have I've baked your normal. So the next step is to save it. So go image, save as image. And then you need to find somewhere on your hard drive that you want to save it. I've done this quite a few times, so I'm going to name it normal6 png and hit save as. So if you were to, I don't know, you're exporting this into Unity or Unreal, you can go and do that right now. But what I'm going to show you is how to, with this low poly one selected, is to give it a render and see how it looks with that normal map applied to it. So, okay, let's move that out of the way and let's have a look at this. So what we want to do is we want to take this image texture and we want to connect it into the normal input of our diffuse shader right there. If you were to render it, it would look totally weird, and that is because you need to drop in a normal map node, so Shift A, Vector, Normal Map, and drop it between the image texture and your thing. So it's now gone, converting it to the right colors as it should. The strength, that's the strength of the bump, but we can just leave it as 1. And the other thing you need to make sure that you change is go from color to non-color data, which is what you need to do whenever you're using a normal map. Okay, so now that it as 1. And the other thing you need to make sure that you change is go from color to non-color data, which is what you need to do whenever you're using a normal map. Okay, so now that we've done that, let's have a look at it with some lights. I've just got some lights here and a plane on layer 11 there. So I'm just having a look at the low poly mesh and those lights, and let's give it a quick render with Shift Z. And you can actually see some detail on the mesh. Now it's really hard to see because this diffuse shader is really not the best shader for looking at this sort of thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change it to something which we'll actually use for the final material, and that is a principled shader, which is the new spanking new shader for 2.79, which is really cool. Now I'll take that normal map, drop it into the normal input there, and now I'll set that value to be really metallic, 100% metallic, and the roughness I'll turn it down slightly, and let's make this a darker metal. And now we can see what it looks like. And there you go. It's hard to actually believe, like, okay, like, are we looking at the high poly mesh? No, this is the low poly mesh. We're only looking at the low poly on layer 2 there. And if I was to have a look in edit mode, you can see that it is that, okay? Which is really, really cool. So that's why this normal map thing is so awesome. because yeah, this just would not be possible. Like to render this in 3 seconds or whatever. Let's actually try it with the high poly mesh and let's see how long that takes. It'll have a diffuse shader, I guess, on it. But let's have a look. So you can see we went from the 3-second render to a, whatever this is, 7 seconds. So it's over double the render time to actually use the high poly, although there's no difference between them. So that's why this is so important. That's why it's so cool. Yeah, so I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please give it a thumbs up. Help other people to find it. We've done that. Let's have a look at it with some metallic in edit mode, 3 seconds or whatever. Let's actually try it with the high poly mesh and let's see how long that takes. It'll have a diffuse shader, I guess, on it. But let's have a look. So you can see we went from the 3-second render to a, whatever this is, 7 seconds. So it's over double the render time to actually use the high poly, although there's no difference between them. So that's why this is so important. That's why it's so cool. Yeah, so I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please give it a thumbs up. Help other people to find it. And if you want to go and go to the next video after this, we are going to be texture painting this bad boy. So if you want to see that, go ahead and click on that video up there. Thank you for watching. And now that we've plugged them all in, you can see that our anvil is starting to finally look real. G'day and welcome back to yet another video part of this anvil creation series. In the last video, we baked all these delicious detailed normals onto our mesh, which is great. And now we can finally get into the materials, making it
start to look like an anvil that's been battered and scratched and things like that. So the first thing I'm going to do is go to down here underneath image, and I want you to load in a reference photo. This zip file of all these reference photos, I'll put that in the YouTube description. And you'll notice that there's no standard anvil. They're just left in various conditions across the blacksmiths' workshops of the world. There's some that are like totally rusted. There's some that have got like a lime scale over it. Some that have been polished. Some that are just black for some reason. The one that I'm going to use is this one. It looks quite nice. It's got this polished surface off it, but it's also got nicks and scratches and things in it. And it really also creates an interesting challenge. Not a challenge, but, well, it is a challenge. You know, we've got two materials to create here. This polished thing, this brownish area, and these scratches and things as well. So that's quite, quite a practical example. And you have to actually have the reference photo open as you work. It will influence you if you just keep it hidden in